middle of 2009. We have seen quite a few customers come in that have mentioned the ad, and they're very satisfied with it. It's helped our business greatly, gaining new customers and refocusing with our old ones as well. We were satisfied with the costs mainly. It gets a wide range of customers that we can talk to through our ad due to the variety of stations we can be on.
Hi, I'm Rana. Let me help you stay ahead of your competition. Call me at On Media.
Park in Mesa, Arizona. A picture-perfect afternoon for Cubs spring training baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. We're 2 weeks away from the season opener in Atlanta as the Cubs host the Cleveland Indians in Cactus League action. Beautiful day for baseball. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. I think Lou Piniella by the end of this week would like to have his starting rotation set. 4 guys for 2 spots, including Jeff Samardzija, who will go today.
And Jeff Samardzija, we've talked many times about it over the last couple seasons, looking for that third pitch to go along with his sinking fastball and his split finger. We all assumed it was going to be a slider. It may turn out to be a straight changeup, a pitch he had great success with down at the minor league camp a few days ago.
The Cubs offense this spring has been led by the leadoff man, Ryan Theriot. If he just puts up these numbers in the regular season, he might win a batting title.
Yeah, you might make an all-star team and win a batting title. The Riot has been on fire down here in Mesa. Really has a great approach at the plate this year. Got a little power happy last year, got a little lift swing and hit a lot of fly balls this year. More line drives, more ground balls, and mixing in his walks, which is what you love to see from a leadoff hitter.
Right-hander Fausto Carmona, who's struggled the last couple of years, will go for the Indians today. They've pitched well this spring training, but they're in a rebuilding mode, and they're going to be without former Cub Kerry Wood, their closer, for up to 2 months with a lat strain. So coming up, the Cubs have some big thump in their lineup as Derek Lee, who has 3 homers this spring, Alfonso Soriano, both in the Cubs lineup as they take on the Indians from Mesa.
What's your idea of financial security?
Financial security. Just protecting the roof over my head.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Retiring when I want to.
Your Country Financial representative can provide you with a tangible plan to protect what you have and plan for the future.
Some kind of safety net for my family.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
The things I got it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, that's what gave me, so nobody gave me nothing. I got mine the same way you got yours. Matter of fact, I beat you to get mine.
Roy Jones needs to go to hospital more than I need Roy Jones.
Roy Jones don't need to go to hospital at all, though. That's the whole point.
I remember trying to sit down with Roy and I was doing a fight. Made me look like an idiot and wind up fighting somebody else.
I said, but no, go down, beat up them little guys. You'll beat all of them. Then come back and make a fight with me. It'll be worth your time.
You mean to tell me it took 5-6 years for us to be even talking about this now? Good night.
Psych is moving to Wednesdays with new uniforms.
You're like a giant Dutch oven.
New tech.
That is an anti-tank weapon, and you're pointing it at yourself.
And new sound effects.
Oh my gosh.
Psych moves to Wednesdays. All new episodes of Psych, Wednesdays at 10, only on USA.
Register now for the Hy-Vee Triathlon at HyVeeTriathlon.com. Register as an individual or as a team. But hurry, slots are filling up fast. The Hy-Vee Triathlon, June 12th and 13th in West Des Moines.
Teams record-wise in the Cactus League going at it.
I don't think a big surprise the fact that the Cubs are having a good spring, but certainly a surprise on the part of the opponent today, the Cleveland Indians. As you mentioned in the open of the show, very much a rebuilding season for Manny Acta and the Cleveland Indians, but they've been playing some good ball, getting some very good pitching down here in the Cactus League, which anytime you can pitch in the Cactus League, you've got a chance to win some games.
So the Giants are in first in the Cactus League. I couldn't tell you who won the league last year. But the Indians 11-5-2, and the Cubs come in at 11-7-1. And both teams have pitched well lately, and that usually carries a little more weight just because it's such an offensive state here in March. Well, Jeff Samardzija will face this Indians starting lineup. Anderson Hernandez starts at short. The former Cub Mark Grudzielanek trying to make this team. He is the DH. Matt Laporta is at first. Johnny Peralta, the third baseman. Austin Kearns with 2 homers yesterday. Mike Redmond, the backup catcher. He was with Joe Mauer last year in Minnesota. Jose Constanza's in the center. Chris Jimenez in right, and Brian Bixler at second.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively today. Behind Jeff Samardzija, Soriano in left, Bird in center, Fukudome over in right field. Jeff Baker getting the nod at third base. Aramis Ramirez still recovering from that sore right triceps muscle. The red-hot Ryan Theriot at shortstop. Bobby Scales will be at second base, flanked by Derek Lee over at first base. Giovanni Soto behind the plate today for right-hander Jeff Samardzija. Get a look at his numbers on the spring. Not included in those numbers is an outing he had over at Fitch Park against the minor leaguers. When I mentioned he had a tremendous straight changeup working, a pitch that he's going to try to incorporate here against the Indians today. He said he had great success throwing it in fastball counts, 1-0, 2-1, 3-1. And that's quite honestly what Jeff has been looking for. Some kind of a pitch to throw in obvious fastball counts and still get hitters out.
Tim McClellan will call the balls and strikes, and it's a veteran staff working on the bases as well. Outside on a fastball to Anderson Hernandez, and we're underway. Hernandez recently acquired on waivers from the Mets and spent part of last year playing for manager Manny Acta with the Washington Nationals. Samardzija's 25 years old. The Notre Dame product, a 5th-round pick in 2006. A fly ball out into medium left, right at Alfonso Soriano, and that's the first out.
Well, Lenny, look at Jeff Samardzija's numbers with the big league club last year. He pitched in 20 ball games, 34 2/3 innings pitched. He did give up 46 base hits. Now, if you ask scouts around the league, you know, should Samardzija be giving up that many hits in that few of innings, they would all say no. But I think the problem was he fell behind a lot of counts, and he didn't have that pitch that he was confident to throw in those fastball counts. Occasionally, you're going to have to challenge in a fastball count, but if he can throw that straight changeup or his splitter or his slider, I think he's going to cut that hits total way down this year.
Mark Grudzielanek takes a breaking ball low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on the former Cub, who did not play in the majors last season, spent a brief time in the Twins minor league system. As he bounces it foul, a professional hitter, a middle infielder, and one of the longest names in pro sports history. We got a look at Mark as we were ready to record the open from across the way. I couldn't quite make out Grudzielanek, but I saw that the name was going from one side of the jersey to the other, and I said, that's probably Mark.
That's a good guess. Yeah. You said a professional hitter. He's just a professional ball player. Doesn't have the range that he once had at second base, but he makes up for it by tremendous positioning, knowing what his pitcher is likely to do against an opposing hitter, and he puts himself in the right defensive position.
Good off speed from Samardzija. 2 up, 2 down.
Boy, for any pitcher, Len, I don't care if it's spring training or Game 7 of the World Series, it helps to get off to a good start. Throw some strikes, get ahead of hitters, let your defense work behind you. The strikeout of Grudzielanek, just get your feet wet out there in that first inning, get your confidence level up there, and hopefully it'll carry through to a good outing.
Matt Laporta playing first base. Russell Branyan was signed to play first base, but he's been dealing with some back issues as we see this strikeout pitch. That looked like a pretty good split.
Yeah, hopefully the first of many Jimmy John's deliveries today. Real good. Appeared to be a split finger fastball on the outside corner. Got the swinging strike.
High fly ball. That's very deep out in right center. And Marlon Byrd with the sliding attempt cannot come up with it. as Laporta has a 2-out double. That ball was in the air for a long time and gave Marlin a chance to get close to it, but he just couldn't pull it in.
And one thing we've noticed from Marlon Byrd this spring here in Mesa, as well as around the Cactus League, and this comes from his experience playing with the Texas Rangers down here in the Valley of the Sun. He does a real good job of keeping the ball out of the sun. Unfortunately, the location of that baseball carried him right into the sun. Had to really battle it at the last moment. Couldn't come up with it.
A runner in scoring position for the third baseman, Johnny Peralta, who came up as a shortstop and actually replaced Omar Vizquel at short, but last year made the switch over to third base. Putting together a nice spring at .321.
It's been rumored for years that Peralta was going to make that move from the shortstop position over to third, but until recently they didn't have another good option to play shortstop.
Nice block by Giovanni Soto. Third official Cactus League appearance for Samardzija and his second start. Hopes to go 4 innings today. Called strike 2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Couple of Ks for Samardzija as the Cubs are coming up in a scoreless game.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 7 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to Philadelphia. Now bags fly free 7 times a day. Grab your bag. It's on.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Remodel your bathroom with great products from Menards. Start off with a vanity from Magic Woods. The Emperor Vanity Combo includes the top for only $69. The dark chocolate Eurostone vanity has a high gloss finish and porcelain top for $119. Finish the look with a new toilet from Elger. The Callaway round front is only $98. For superior flushing power, step up to the Diplomat round front for $136. Both toilets include everything you need in one box.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago's favorite spot for prime steaks, the freshest seafood, and world-famous Florida stone crab. Come on down to Joe's.
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Indians with a hit but no runs in their half of the first. Hear how the Cubs line up. Brought to you by Southwest. Terrio, Fukudome, and Lee at the top. That's how they'll go on opening day. Nady, Bird, and Soriano in the middle. Baker, Soto, and Scales at the bottom. National League Park, but both teams using the DH.
So the Indians will take the field defensively. Kearns, Constanza, and Jimenez in the outfield. Peralta, Hernandez, Bixler, and Laporta across the infield. Veteran Mike Redmond doing the catching today for right-hander Fausto Carmona.
And he deals a strike to the red-hot Ryan Terrio. If Ryan, for instance, goes 2 for 4 in the game today, his average will go down.
That's a nice problem to have.
Yes, it is. Carmona, in just 7 innings, has been very good here in spring training. He is slated to be their number 2 starter behind Jake Westbrook. If you add up Carmona and Westbrook over the last 2 years combined, 51 starts combined. Just 5 from Westbrook. And for Carmona, it's been a major struggle after a career year in 2007. Ground ball, big hop to Hernandez, who throws on to first for the out.
Yeah, you mentioned that great year in 07 for Carmona. 19-game winner against only 8 losses, an ERA just barely over 3, but it's been a tough go for him since then.
Dealt with a hip problem in 2008. Last year was basically healthy, and that sometimes, Bob, is a worse problem to have, because there wasn't an excuse for a 6.32 ERA. The 1-0 to Fukudome, that's hit hard, but it's caught by Bixler. Now with 2 outs, it's Derek Lee. Recently missed a little time with a bruised left foot. Missed about a week. Aramis Ramirez still out with a sore right triceps muscle, but that is not a serious injury. In fact, he has gotten some minor league at bats and hopefully will be back in the lineup soon. Aired into center. This will be no problem for Constanza. And that's a 1-2-3 first for Carmona. We've completed one from Mesa. 0-0.
Wow! Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction in mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, save $200 on the Easton Synergy BZN1 bat, only at Sports Authority.
All I saw was just a gray wall coming, and that was when we got in behind the stairwell.
We wrote the insurance just 5 days before the tornado hit.
Great to be able to call someone who's local and can answer your questions right away.
That's just what Farmers is all about.
Now, I know with our old policy, we weren't covered as well. Things change, and you need to be changing your insurance to match it.
The heat is on as the Bulls welcome Miami to Chicago. Watch what happens when Derrick Rose and the Bulls match up against Dwayne Wade and the Heat. Coverage begins at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Bulls Heat Thursday night at 7 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Countdown to opening day with Comcast Sportsnet's complete spring training coverage. This winter, we'll take you live to the desert with in-depth news and go behind the scenes on CSNChicago.com. It's the Countdown to opening day presented by Nissan. All spring training long on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for the upcoming 2010 campaign. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. First homestand of the year starts on April 12th. 3 against Milwaukee and then 3 versus Houston. Underway in the second, Austin Kearns taking strike 1. 2 homers on the spring, both came yesterday. That was against the Dodgers. He knocked in 5 runs. Tall right-hander coming back in the dirt. 2-1. The Indians are rebuilding. As Bob mentioned, new manager Manny Acta replacing Eric Wedge. They have an entirely new coaching staff. This is a team that finished in last place in the American League Central, had their worst record in almost 20 years. As Kearns gets a hold of one deep to left, it's going to be off the wall. Soriano will have to go get it, and it's an easy double for Austin Kearns.
Kearns swinging a hot bat the last couple of days. Probably would have had a home run on this swing, but got a lot of topspin on that line drive to left field. appeared to be headed for the berm out there, covered with fans today. Beautiful day to watch the ball game, but a lot of topspin. The ball hits in the middle of the fence. Kearns has to settle for a double.
Now, veteran Mike Redmond probably will be backing up Lou Marson, who's just kind of holding the fort down until Carlos Santana, one of the top prospects in baseball, is ready for full-time duty. And Redmond with that inside-out swing, and they've got a shot, and everybody's safe. Derek Lee took a chance at getting Kearns at third, but he couldn't get him, and all of a sudden the Indians are in business. First and third, nobody out.
Nice piece of veteran hitting by Redmond. An inside-out swing to Derek Lee. You can see Derek was positioned almost even with the baseline at first base. No hesitation by Kearns. He got a good jump at second. That's just a poor decision on Derek Lee's part right there.
I believe that'll be a fielder's choice, but it's basically a sacrifice bunt. Mike Redmond was trying to shoot it that way. Jose Constanza, switch hitting center fielder. 1 ball, no strikes. And he could lay down a bunt. He runs very well.
Base up to second base, put him into scoring position, take away the possibility of a double play, but no sign of a bunt here.
Kearns started the inning with a double, moved to third as Redmond got him over there. Cubs will take a shot at a double play and give up the first run. They can get a ground ball up the middle. Bottom part of the strike zone. And it's 2-2. I think it's 2-2. Tim McClellan was just telling the Indians dugout what the count is.
You're never really quite sure with Tim McClellan behind the plate.
Well, Constanza acted like he had just walked on the pitch that was called a strike.
Tim McClellan, veteran umpire, had his foibles during the postseason last year, but when he works the plate and calls balls and strikes, he's very methodical, very slow. You don't always know what every pitch is until 10 seconds after the ball has reached the catcher's glove.
There's that double play ball, but they only get 1. The run was going to score either way. As it is, it'll be a fielder's choice. Scales' relay throw pulled Derek off the bag, and it's 1-0 Cleveland, as Constanza will get an RBI.
Well, it appeared to be a tailor-made double play ball. Bobby Scales gets to the bag in good shape. A nice feed from Ryan Theriot. His relay throw onto Derek Lee, however, appeared to just slip out of his hand. Perhaps didn't have seams right there, because that ball really sails out of his hand and over the head of Derek Lee, and you have to throw it pretty high to get it over the head of Derek Lee.
And if Constanza gets any sort of jump, he's going to run. He led the AA Eastern League with 49 steals last year. And Samardzija is going to keep an eye on him. Chris Jimenez at the plate playing right. Another throw over there. Very little wind at the moment. Fastball outside.
Well, the pitchers are happy for that. Generally here at Hohokam Park, the wind blows out, usually toward left center, sometimes straight out to center field. So a day here without wind figures to help the pitchers a little bit. Perfect conditions here. Forecast sweet.
Constanza takes off. The pitch is low. The throw not a bad one, but as we mentioned, this guy can run. It's the other problem with not getting that double play is you knew Constanza was probably going to end up at second at some point.
Yeah, not as concerning when you have a slow runner at first base beating out that potential double play, but when it's a guy that can steal a base, especially as adept as Constanza is, you have to figure he's going to get himself into scoring position quickly for that next hitter.
It's Brian Bixler, the former Pirate, in the on-deck circle.
Inside move to second base just to make sure that Constanza wasn't going to take off on Jeff Samardzij's first movement out there on the mound. That's the great equalizer for those base stealers at second base.
Jimenez couldn't help himself. 2-2. That's the swing of a batter who was fooled.
I know that swing well. I featured it for 9 seasons.
That swing where you just can see it on his face. Swing and a miss. Third strikeout for Jeff.
That appeared to be the split finger. Good downward movement, actually down and in to the right-handed hitter. Obviously that split finger is very much a feel pitch. Some days Jeff will have a great feel for it. He'll be able to throw it for strikes when he wants to, bounce it in the dirt when he wants to, and other days you just can't seem to find the right release point on that split fingered fastball.
Well, his manager paid him a compliment early in camp, said he no longer looks like a football player playing baseball. Went down to Mexico, made a few starts to work on his secondary pitches. The makeup is not a concern. Used to the big national stage when he played wide receiver at Notre Dame. High chopper, Terrio gets to it, throws across, and they just get Bixler, and that ends the inning. The Indians get the first run of the game after an inning and a half, 1-0 Cleveland.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Miracle Grow garden soil for flowers and vegetables for just $3.97.
This is a place that defies imagination, where endless tables serve up unparalleled action on one of the world's greatest casino floors, the home of the Midwest's largest poker room. There is no place else for better odds or higher limits. No VIP rooms more attentive to you, because this is legendary gambling beyond anything you've ever experienced before. Horseshoe Casino, where entertainment knows no bounds.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesman not included.
Len and Bob with you from Mesa. The Cubs batting in the second. Xavier Nady, the DH, is going to start it. And I had a chance to catch up with the new hitting coach for the Cubs, Rudy Jaramillo before the ball game, and I asked if he's gotten all the new names down.
Well, I'm trying. I really get their swing fix in their names right now, and you know, it's going good. You know, I got to be patient. You know, things don't change overnight. You know, these kids are used to doing things a certain way, and not saying it's wrong, but we're just trying to make it better by making little adjustments as we go. And, you know, the big thing right now is me trying to get time with them and win their trust, which is the most important thing, and, you know, try to communicate, get some feedback. So, you know, that's getting better as we go. But like I said, I wish I had 4 weeks.
You feel like you have a lot of good material to work with here with this crew?
Well, there's a lot of talent here, you know. There's a lot of adjustments that we have to make as we go along. You know, Terrio's done a really good job so far leading off. He's seen a lot of pitches, got a big base hit the other day with bases loaded, 2 outs, hit a double, cleaned the bases. So he's trying to help him with his thought process, you know, and his approach and every situation. So, you know, he's coming along. We're spending some little time in the cage as we can, and spending a lot of time with Fukudomi. And, you know, that's not easy because of the communication thing, but it's getting better. It's getting better. So that's what I'm trying to do, just get us to, you know, play the game. Every situation dictates what you should do, and, you know, we're trying to do a lot of that in our BP. We get 2 bunts, 2 hit and runs, 2 get them over, infield in, infield back, squeeze, and then 5 swings. And, you know, we trying to really concentrate that in their approach. You know, look out over the plate and look fastball, and then you react to the off speed and hit it in the gap. So, you know, that takes time to change somebody's thinking and then to believe in it. But the more they work at it, and then the more they do that in their mind and actually do it in practice, it'll kick into the game.
Good stuff from Rudy Jaramillo. One of his pupils is at the plate, Marlon Byrd, whose best seasons have come with Rudy as his hitting coach. That was in Texas.
Had a chance to catch up to Rudy right before you did the interview with him, Len, and you know, he was talking about mechanical changes, physical changes to guys' swings, but even more so mental changes. You heard him talk about the situational part of hitting. Every time a batter steps into that batter's box, there's a situation before him. For Marlon Byrd right now, nobody on base. He's not looking to advance a runner. He's not looking to drive a runner in. He's just looking to get on base. That will change your thinking as a hitter when you step into that batter's box, as opposed to a runner at third base and nobody out. What do I have to do? And Rudy really has made an effort this spring to try to get the Cubs offense to start thinking about situations. What does my team need me to do right now in order to help us score a run and win a ball game? Talked about Ryan Theriot seeing more pitches per at bat, and I mentioned it briefly in the open. I think Ryan got a little power crazy last year, and there were, quite honestly, some situations that didn't call for him to try to hit the ball into the gap or out of the ballpark. And this spring he's been much better about staying inside the baseball, using the whole field, making that opposing pitcher throw a lot of pitches to either get him out or to get a base hit. And if Ryan is going to be our leadoff hitter all year, that's exactly what we need him to do.
2-2 on Marlon Byrd. You'll hear a lot about the 5-step process to hitting developed by Rudy Jaramillo over the years. It's pretty simple stuff, but it's basically what every successful hitter will do, and that is see the ball, find a rhythm, separate, keep your hands back, your front foot goes down, stay square, and then you shift and transfer your weight.
And there will be little differences from hitter to hitter in just about every one of those 5 things. I mean, obviously they all have to see the ball, but some guys have different mechanisms for getting their timing together up there at the plate, and that's something that Rudy has worked very hard this spring and put countless hours in the batting cage, learning his new offense, learning their approach at the plate, and how to best incorporate his ideas into their swings.
Alfonso Soriano at one time was in Texas with Rudy as well. Called strike. There are several keys to this team's success, but if I had to pick the #1 key, Bob, I think it's Soriano getting back to the guy we saw the first couple of years here with the Cubs.
I don't think there's any question about it, especially now that he's down in the order, hitting in that 6th spot. He's going to have a lot of RBI opportunities this season with Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez hitting in front of him. Cubs really need Soriano to have a bounce-back season.
Season ended a month early last year due to a left knee injury that would require surgery in September. Hit just .241. In on the hands and fouled off. And as always, an important key for Alfonso, especially in a spot like this, is do some damage on breaking stuff or lay off it. And he does some damage with a base hit. I mean, teams have basically decided to not throw him fastballs.
At least not fastballs for strikes. They may show him a fastball somewhere he can't get the bat on it just to give him a pitch to gauge the speed of. But most of the time they're going to go after him with sliders, breaking balls, change ups. This time he gets out around a slider and hooks it into left field for a clean base hit. Yeah, Soriano was a guy that Rudy was talking about that got into some bad physical habits at the plate, perhaps because of the knee injury. We don't really know the reason why, but it just put him in a bad hitting position.
The out recorded at second, so Baker hits into an inning-ending fielder's choice. It's 1-0 Indians after 2.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesman not included.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
All Whirlpool, Maytag, Amana, and Roper refrigerators are on sale at Menards. This 14.4 cubic foot model is only $348. This 25.1 cubic foot side-by-side refrigerator in Universal Silver is $869. Brighten your home with Thomas Lighting. Recessed lighting has an air seal to reduce energy loss. A 6-inch all-in-one recessed housing is $499. This 6-inch housing is great for remodeling projects, $799.
Save big money at Menards.
Are last year's floods and tornadoes still causing damage? If you or someone you love is using alcohol or drugs to cope, you know that just makes it worse. But there is someone you can talk to. Call the 24/7 Iowa Concern Hotline at 1-800-447-1985. We can get through this together.
Coming up right after the game, catch the latest edition of Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan, Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live after the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Anderson Hernandez with a leadoff single as we start the third, and Mike Quaddy, the Cubs' third base coach and also the outfield instructor, is mic'd up with us down near the dugout. Happy belated birthday.
Oh, please.
I know you love to hear about that. That's number one. And number two, 2 weeks to go before opening day. Rudy told us earlier he'd like to have 4 more weeks as he gets to know his guys. But as a coach, are you kind of chomping at the bit to get to Atlanta?
Yeah, you know, we talked in the break a little bit. We've been on the road for so long that it'd be nice to play this game. Then we go on the road for 3, get back for a weekend here at home, and then I think it'll be time to get going. But hitting guys always want more time, so I understand that. But it's been 4 weeks or 5 weeks down here now. It's about time to get going.
We have a new center fielder, Marlon Byrd. He watched Andrew Jones when they were in the same division together. We can see him right now playing fairly shallow. Do you like to see that? A guy who has confidence that he can cheat a little bit, take away the bloopers, and still maybe catch one on the warning track. Nice throw, but safe at second base.
Yeah, no, you know what? And Marlon comes over here, and, you know, we kind of mixed and matched the last year or so in center field, and with Fook playing some out there, and Reed, of course. And, you know, Marlon's been doing it a long time, veteran guy, understands everything. And for me, it's more about watching him this spring and seeing what adjustments he may or may not need, and also about helping him get to know the league a little bit. You know, he takes charge. I watch him work with Fook and work with Sori and the kids, and he's very, very focused on making sure that we have good positioning and so on. Well, it's going to help him obviously to learn a new league. The quicker we can get him on board with that, but he's been great.
Grzelcyk at the plate. He's trying to move that runner over to third. Let's talk about being a third base coach, which we talk about a lot off the air. A lot of thought is put into every game situation because there's not much time to think when you have to decide whether or not to send a guy. And there's a liner caught by Jeff Baker. Nicely done for the first out as Grzelcyk was bidding for an extra base hit into the corner. Mike, we talk all the time after the fact, and you're very open with us about your thought process. But for those of fans out there who think it's easy, it's not.
No, and the funny thing is, really, it took me at least a full year here to get comfortable. And heck, that's after doing it 15, 20 years in the minor league. So you felt like you had a pretty good foundation. But you set foot at Wrigley, you come up at this level, and there's still some adjustments to make, both in getting comfortable personally and then obviously getting to know the league and so on, and guys' ability. But you know, situationally, I mean, you talk about situations, knowing personnel, knowing situation, and the funny thing about that is, you know, you can have the exact same ball, let's say, hit to left field, and make 5 different decisions, be it outs, be it where we're at in the game, are we down, are we up, is Derek coming up? I mean, there's so many different things that come into play. And you know, I'd like to think that the experience I had all those years has helped, and now once you get comfortable here, it seems a lot easier than it did a couple years ago.
You talk about all the options that you have when you're or rather coaching third base, Q. As you said, who's coming up in the inning, what's the score of the ball game, the strength of the arm of the outfielder, and certainly one thing you would like not to be an option is the speed of your base runner. You hope your guys are always going hard.
Well, for sure. And then again, another part of the deal for me this spring is getting to know some of the new guys and what they can and can't do. But, you know, Bobby, proximity to third base winds up being where you make most of your decisions as far as sending or not sending, along with all those situations we talked about. And if you're getting an honest effort and you've gotten to know guys, then obviously that makes things a lot easier. And when you have guys like Derek and Terrio and Rami and Sori and all these guys that we've had now for 3 or 4 years, it becomes second nature, and now you can really concentrate on the younger kids and some of the new players that we have.
And Q, one more question, getting back to your outfielders. You know, Xavier Nady has been limited this spring in what he can do defensively because of the surgery on the throwing arm. Has he been able to participate in some of the other outfield drills just so you can kind of get a feel for his range and what he likes to do in the outfield?
Yeah, he has done everything but throw, and we will put basically a full court press on him the next week to 10 days because his throwing has improved, and they're lengthening him out. And I don't know exactly what the prognosis is, but you know, his legs need to be ready so that when his arm's ready, he can play. And you've seen him. We've all seen him play before. Look, he's a good outfielder, not blessed with great speed, but gets good jumps, takes good angles, and will play a solid left to right field for sure. So he's going to get a lot of work the next week or so, but he's been fine. He's done everything we've asked.
And for all you kids out there with 2 outs in the inning on a gapper, you're rounding second base, you should be looking at your third base coach, not over your right shoulder into the right center field gap. Right, coach?
Yeah, I would really prefer guys focus. And the funny thing is not just over at me, but once you figure out what I'm doing, find the corner of the bag, cut it sharp, and get the home as quick as you can. We'll take every step we can save.
No doubt. Q, always a pleasure. We appreciate the time.
You've got great weather, guys. It's phenomenal.
It is fantastic.
Thanks.
And we appreciate Mike Quade joining us, and we'll be catching him out at third base when the Cubs get back up. But right now, Cleveland with a run in. Austin Kearns takes a fastball on the outside corner. And it's 3-1.
That third base coach, that can be a thankless job, Len, because, you know, when you do everything right and your runners hustle on the bases and, as he said, cut the corners the way they're supposed to, and, you know, analyze the situation before it happens, it makes you look good as a third base coach. But, boy, I'll tell you, you get one guy that isn't running hard, you try to send him on home, he gets thrown out, and that's when everybody in the world wants to become a third base coach and take your job. But Q does an outstanding job with this Cubs offense.
I think the hardest part of that job is when you are aggressive, and most managers like their third base coach to be aggressive. But when a guy does get thrown out, it's that next time around having that confidence that, you know what, we're going to remain aggressive.
And sometimes the best thing that can happen if you get somebody thrown out at home plate is to have your manager or somebody else from the coaching staff come up to you when you get back to the dugout and say, that was a good send. He may have gotten thrown out at home plate, but I would have sent him too. I think you did the right thing, even if it didn't work out the way you hoped it was going to get that kind of support from your manager and the rest of the coaching staff goes a long way towards maintaining that aggressiveness as a third base coach.
I think the other part of it is we've gotten to a point now where very few guys get thrown out at the plate.
That's because very few outfielders can throw, at least accurately.
You force somebody to make a play, and more often than not, you're going to be successful. One and two on Mike Redmond, who seems to always be hitting with 2 strikes. He takes that right field approach, but he swings and misses on a pitch out of the zone, and Samardzija gets out of it. But he did give up a run, and the Cubs now trail 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the third.
For your feet. With ZigTech, I get more train, less pain.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
Update your home with help from Menards. Replace your siding with premium Timbercrest vinyl siding for a beautiful wood grain appearance. With a lifetime warranty, it's only $4.99 per piece after rebate. You can receive up to $240 in rebates. Replace your shingles with IKO Biltmore 35-year laminated architectural shingles. They have a shake-style appearance and up to a 110-mile-per-hour wind warranty. Available in 8 colors. Only $24.99 per bundle after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Tomorrow, the Blackhawks face off against Phoenix at the United Center. Tune in as Duncan Keith and Brett Seabrook look to defend their spot in the playoffs. Coverage begins at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Coyotes tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hey fans, the 5th annual Chicago Cubs Charities Race to Wrigley 5K on Saturday, April 24th starts at Clark and Addison, continues through the Wrigleyville neighborhood, and finishes with a run down the Wrigley Field concourse and under the famous marquee. Each participant receives a Performance Management Race t-shirt, and this year personal fundraising proceeds benefit Children's Memorial Hospital. To register, visit Cubs.com.
Giovanni Soto leading off the last of the third. 2-0 Cleveland. Fausto Carmona has been sharp early on. 1-1 on Gio. He'll be the opening day catcher, backed up by switch hitting Coy Hill. A breaking ball way outside and low. I was hanging at the batting cage with Hall of Famer Billy Williams today, and he was talking about the Leo DeRocher days. He said right about this time of spring training, Leo would say to us regulars. You guys are all going to play together now for the next 4 or 5 games in a row to kind of get that everyday chemistry going. And things starting to tighten up with the roster. 40 guys on the roster currently, and just a couple of spots on the bench, maybe one bullpen spot. Soto shatters his bat as he pops out to Bixler at second base. Was that an issue for you? Did you like to try to hone in on your lineup late in spring training, or is it overrated?
I think there's some merit to it, Len, especially your middle infielders working with each other, your outfielders getting their communication together in the outfield, and you know, more than anything else, just getting guys to stand on their feet for 9 innings. You come in here to spring training, you get 1 or 2 at-bats maybe in your first couple starts. Yeah, you start working guys deeper and deeper into the ball game, but you just want to make sure by the time you leave spring training that your guys can go out there and play defense and offense for 9 innings, 2.5, 3 hours, or if you're the Yankees or the Red Sox, 4.5 or 5 hours. You got to make sure that physically they're able to go out there and do that, and the best way to do that is to take the last couple of weeks of spring training and start to stretch guys out, play them deeper into the ball game, maybe even play 9 innings one day and give them the next day off.
Carlos Marmol worked the 9th inning the other day, and that's another one. I mean, a guy who has some closing experience, but this is the first spring training going into camp where he had the job. And even if you're facing minor leaguers, it is key for a closer to at least a couple of times in March pitch for those last 3 outs.
You're absolutely right. I mean, what we see most teams do in spring training is use their closer following the starter in the 4th, maybe the 5th inning, because they want to get some at-bats against the major league hitters before they're all taken out of the game. But as you get deeper into camp, I think it's very important that closer develop his routine. What are you going to do? What inning are you going to go to the bullpen to prepare for the 9th inning? How long do you need to warm up to get ready for that 9th inning? And then bring him in, and you know, those are the 3 biggest outs of any ball game.
The 3-1 to Bobby Scales, swing and a miss to fill it up at 3-2. Terrio, the leadoff man, is on deck. High fly ball, right center. Constanza battling that sun, and one hands it for the 2nd out.
Yeah, see, back in the days when Big Lee Smith was the closer for the Cubs, it took him a while to figure out how long does it take to walk from the dugout down to the bullpen. If Cub fans remember, Lee Smith used to take about 40 minutes to walk from the dugout to the bullpen, and that's not very far to go. But he took his good old sweet time getting out there, so probably used the last week or so of spring training to time his walk down to the bullpen.
Another one in the air, this time Kearns in right, and that's it. A quiet 3rd. And the Indians lead 2-0.
At Luna, we just think flooring should be affordable.
How am I supposed to compete with that?
Right now, save up to $500 off and get your second room of Mohawk flooring free. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
What's your idea of financial security?
My idea of financial security? Enough for an early retirement.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Helping my grandkids with college.
Protection for my new driver.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Wow! Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction of mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, get a $25 cash card good for anything in the entire store when you spend $100 or more, only at Sports Authority.
Wednesday, Arizona becomes Sox territory as the Diamondbacks pay a visit to Glendale. Tune in at 3 to see how the White Sox are shaping up this season. White Sox Diamondbacks, Wednesday at 3, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Bloomberg Sports, the leader in data analysis, has developed an analytical product being used by the clubs. There's also a product for fans. Improve your fantasy play or track your favorite players and teams. Go to BloombergSports.com for details. Top of the fourth. Constanza swings at the first pitch. Marlon Byrd backpedaling, shielding his eyes, and he's got it.
We touched on it earlier in the ball game. Marlon Byrd, one of the best outfielders I've seen at trying to keep the ball out of the sun. And by that, I mean you angle your body. See him using his glove right there to shade his eyes. He gets away from the baseball, keeps it out of the sun, and ends up catching it back on the left side of his body. That's something that is very easy to work on down here in Arizona. You usually have the bright sunshine in the early morning, the high blue skies, and most outfield instructors, and I'm sure Mike Quaddy did this, set up a pitching machine where they can control the depth and the location of the fly balls, and they force those outfielders to really battle that sun.
Jimenez struck out his first time. Cubs should be in decent shape in terms of the temperature on opening day. It's not going to be 79 in Atlanta, most likely. Not so sure about the Indians, who will be on the south side of Chicago. And remember, a couple of years ago, the Indians had like a whole homestand snowed out, and they had to go to Milwaukee.
Quick learning. Like that.
It get pretty rough on the shores of the Great Lakes.
3 words for you, partner. Mandatory retractable roof.
No roof on the new park in the Twin Cities. Bouncer foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes, but they know Joe Mauer is going to be in the mix for a long time to come. An 8-year, $184 million extension for the Twins catcher.
That's why they can't afford a retractable roof.
Ball 4, the second walk given up by Samardzija. So Jimenez is on, and Brian Bixler will come up for the second time.
We laugh about it, Len, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of home field advantage the Twins have at their new ballpark, because certainly they had a huge home field advantage playing in the Homer Dome.
The Mauer deal is the 4th largest in Major League history. That's total value of the contract and the yearly average salary of $23 million. And it'll kick in next season, so he's signed through 2018. And he has a complete no trade clause as well. Runner goes, ground ball to second, Scales down on one knee. Two outs in the inning as Larry Rothschild in his 9th year as the Cubs pitching coach looks on. John Grabo, Cubs top setup man, is getting loose in the bullpen as he gets ready for the 5th.
Perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. Grabo normally throughout the regular season will be a 7th and 8th inning guy pretty much exclusively, but Larry and Lou want to get him into this ball game and face some big league hitters, and if you want to do that, you better get him in there pretty soon, because I would imagine after their next at bat, a lot of these players are going to get their running in on the outfield and head on home for the day.
Bounding ball backing up Scales, kind of a tricky hop, but he's able to play it. And that's most likely it for Samardzija. 2 runs over 4 innings. Bottom 4. Cubs trail 2-zip.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Miracle-Gro garden soil for flowers and vegetables for just $3.97.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private, catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, lease Sentra, $149 a month. Hurry, event ends March 31st. Get to Nissan now.
Missed some of the action after the game? Go to Comcast On Demand to access Comcast Sportsnet games ready to watch on your schedule. Don't have Comcast On Demand? Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV today. Also want to welcome those viewers watching us around the country and beyond on MLB Network. Kosuke Fukudome looks at ball 1 low from Carmona, who's been very sharp through the first 3.
He's had a lot better breaking ball than you normally see from pitchers down here in the Cactus League.
Short left. Jimenez for the out. Well, tough luck for the Indians. Kerry Wood, as we mentioned in the open, with a strained lat muscle, upper back near the shoulder, will go to the DL for the 13th time in his career. Miss up to 2 months, and they'll go with Chris Perez as their closer early on.
Yeah, Woody had some comments that he didn't feel it would be the full 2 months, that he thought he would be ready sooner, and certainly the Indians are hoping that's the case.
One strike pitch. Derek Lee looks at strike 2. Led the Cubs in average, home runs, and RBIs last year. Laporta's going to have room right in front of the tarp, which is rarely used here in Mesa. So you have to have it just in case.
Designated hitter number 22, Xavier Nady.
You know, it's good for those first basemen to practice catching pop-ups over there, because when they go to their big league stadiums to start the regular season, there's going to be a big tarp either on the first or third base side that they're going to have to deal with on those foul pop-ups. So here at Hohokam, the tarp is down the first base line and covered with dust. Spider webs. They haven't moved it for a long time.
Did get some rain here a couple of weeks ago. Cubs and White Sox were rained out, as were the Cubs and Dodgers here. Split squad day. Normally when it rains here, you don't play, but trying to think who it was. Milwaukee, yeah, the 9th of March, they did delay the game about an hour, but they did get it in.
Well, the amazing thing about these fields down here in the Valley of the Sun, they can take an enormous amount of rain, and once the rain stops, it's just a matter of minutes until it seems to all soak in. grounds crew can get out there and get the field ready to play. It's only when the forecast called for continued rain, no window in sight, that's when the games usually get canceled.
Nady pops it up, foul territory. Peralta in front of his own dugout, and that's it. Fausto Carmona in mid-season form. In fact, back to 2007 form. It's 2-0 Cleveland.
I'm a fireman. I'm gone sometimes 2 to 4 weeks at a time on fires. Being prepared is the #1 thing you need to do. My farmer's agent, her name is Maureen Martinez. She's awesome.
We had a discussion about what he wanted to protect. That kind of helps me to build a comprehensive insurance package around them.
Everything else is just replaceable. This isn't.
We started using on media middle of 2009. We have seen quite a few customers come in that have mentioned the ad, and they're very satisfied with it. It's helped our business greatly, gaining new customers and refocusing with our old ones as well. We were satisfied with the costs mainly. It gets a wide range of customers that we can talk to through our ad due to the variety of stations we can be on.
Hi, I'm Rana. Let me help you stay ahead of your competition. Call me at On Media.
Every year, it's the most spectacular event in live entertainment. It's passion, power, glamour, and grandeur. It's the trial of wills, the triumph of spirit. It's WrestleMania. Live Sunday, March 28th, only on pay-per-view.
Great to have you with us from beautiful Mesa, Arizona. Jeff Samardzija done after 4 innings. And left-hander John Graybo makes his 7th appearance. Samardzija 4 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. And good timing as a member of the Cubs all-decade team from the 2000s. Is at the plate. Mark Grudzielanek, the second baseman on that team, and the person who put together the Cubs all-decade team, has joined us in the booth. Kerry Muscat from MLB.com, Cubs.com. Kerry, when I saw Mr. Grudzielanek was in the lineup, I thought, you know what, we need to have Kerry on to talk about that all-decade team, and you were nice enough to ask me to help contribute. And there weren't too many tough decisions, but second base was actually pretty close.
And I was talking to Billy Williams before the game just to kind of confirm our picks and go over the list, and he agreed that Grudzielanek was the guy. So I think we did fine. It was a fun project to go back over the years. I must admit, it was a little, some of the positions were a little sad that there weren't.
So there wasn't more competition.
There wasn't more competition,
right?
exactly.
Well, center field, and ultimately you picked 3 outfielders, and they ended up being corner outfielders.
Right.
But if you had to pick a center fielder, you probably would have gone with Corey Patterson, right?
But he was the only center fielder in terms of playing time, but the problem was, if you look at his career numbers with the Cubs, it wasn't real impressive. Fortunately, the way that this was set up was that we could just pick 3 outfielders, so I think that made it a lot easier to go with Sosa, Alou, and Soriano. So I liked doing the pitching, though. I was just, you know, you and I, when we did this, you and I talked about Mark Pryor and how Pryor had a better. If you looked at what he did during the decade in the short time he was there, he had a much better numbers than I think we thought.
Yeah, you tend to remember the end when he wasn't healthy.
Yes.
But when he pitched,
yes,
except for that last little stint, he was very, very good.
Yeah, and we didn't get a chance to talk. Now, when we did this, it was actually a conference call with you and with Peter Chase with the Cubs media relations and myself. And then what I did is I took the list and sort of bounced it off some other people in the organization. Chuck Wasserstrom, the baseball operations person, talked to Larry Rothschild a little bit. You talked to Larry too, Billy Williams, and just kind of to reinforce that we had the right players here, and didn't get any arguments except, like you said, for second base.
So if we can look at the pitching staff, not too many surprises. One guy from the early part of the decade, John Lieber, put together some big complete game numbers.
Right. And he was actually the only 20-game winner during the decade. Isn't that's yeah. Like again, you know, you'd kind of think that there might have been more.
Ground ball, and it kicks away from Jeff Baker. That'll be an error on him as Laporta reaches. And Ryan Dempster, who's had a good career as a starter here, but he's the Cubs closer in that all-decade.
And that was, and really he was the best because they kept going through one closer every year, and he was the one that had the most longevity and really had a really good season there. So I didn't get any argument on that either.
Sammy Sosa in the outfield? Come on. Talk about a no-brainer.
I know. Well, so like I say, Derek Lee. I mean, how hard was that? And Aramis Ramirez. That took about 2 seconds. I think Len put up a little bit of a discussion on it just for the sake of discussion, but it wasn't that difficult. So.
It was fun to kind of find, even if it were an obvious choice, who would be number 2 on the list. And I was trying to think of who played the second most games at first in the decade. It was a surprise, and we could find it very easily. But yeah,
Len can find it very easily. Yeah. Len is much quicker on the computer than I am. You would think that since I work for an internet company that I could just bang this stuff out here. But Len has got stats pass, so and
I think you might have mentioned it. Greg Zelanik got the nod over Eric Young and Todd Walker because of the glove.
Because of the glove, exactly. And Billy Williams and I were discussing that just this morning in the dugout, and he had no hesitation at all. So EY was a great player, an exciting player, and a leadoff guy, but it just defense was what won it. And actually, I was just happy it was Greg Zelanik because I finally learned to spell his name. It took me a season to do that. Now we have Samardzija. I've gotten that one. Minkiewicz, I still have some problems with him. I hope the Cubs never get him. Sorry, it's been a long spring.
So what has stood out to you here this spring training? I think going into camp, it was about Rudy Jaramillo and improving an offense that finished 10th in the league in runs. But after the Guzman injury and with Ted Lilly rehabbing, it kind of shifted to pitching.
It did. But I guess what's really been fun to watch has been players like Tyler Colvin. I know that's not the pitch, but players like Tyler Colvin. It was really fun to watch Starlin Castro down here for the extended time. He is really close. I mean, Lou would not hesitate to have him call that kid up and have him at shortstop if it weren't for the fact that Terrio is playing really well. And Terrio's made some great adjustments along with Rudy working with him. It's been fun to see. But in terms of the young pitchers, you know, like guys like Justin Berg come through. Gaub has looked good. Russell's looked good. I mean, these are kids that I'm not sure anybody was counting on, and they're making tough decisions for the organization.
Called strike 3, so Peralta is out. By the way, the answer is Fred McGriff with 186 games at first base for the Cubs. Well, that was very early in the decade. Derek Lee over 800 games.
Right. See, like I say, and Ramirez too. If you're looking at the catcher situation, I mean, there are a lot of people that would say Michael Barrett was not the best defensive catcher, but in terms of offense, he hit 284 during his time with the Cubs. It was pretty hard to ignore that.
And you're basing Soto really on one great year.
Yes. And in fact, Billy Williams was testing me down there in the dugout trying to figure out who was the catcher in 03. He couldn't remember that. So it just shows you that it's gone. It's old news. So we've moved on. So.
By the way, the guy who played the second most games at third base for the Cubs the previous decade was Bill Miller.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
165 games. Willie Green, third on that list with 90.
Yeah, that's where you suddenly realize that there's been some openings there. But they've got a kid, Josh Fitters. I'm sure you've seen him, Bob. You've seen him in the minors. Sure. Josh Fitters has a lot of talent, and he's up and coming. He was pretty quiet in the camp. I didn't get to see him too much. The other kid, Andrew Kashner. Speaking of young pitchers, he's very close. I mean, he's very close. So.
Boy, Austin Kearns is locked in. Jeez. A 2-homer day yesterday. He has a double, a walk, and a single today.
You know, Kerry, you mentioned some of the minor leaguers that showed well here in big league camp early on, but I think in general the Cubs are better positioned now than they have been for a long time with talent at the minor league level. Not only pitching talent, but position players who maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but at some time in the near future, they're going to have a wave of players that are going to be looking for spots on the big league team.
And I give Tim Wilkin, their scouting director, a ton of credit for that. They've really worked on finding players that aren't just that are good athletes and also good people. You look at, I'm sure you've seen Brett Jackson, the kid they drafted last year.
Sure.
He was here with the big leaguers, and it was just so fun to watch him and watch his confidence grow each day. I remember he was over in Fitch Park, and he's hitting in a group with Marlon Byrd and Soriano and Ramirez. And after the session was done, I asked him, I said, boy, I love the hitting group you're in. He says, you love it. He says, I'm just in heaven. I mean, the kid was just like a sponge soaking all this stuff up. It was just a great experience for him. There's other kids, Kyler Burke, and of course I'm going to have a mental blank on all the other kids, but it was really fun to watch. They've got some good young catchers besides young Michael. They've got Robinson Chirinos, who's been in a couple games here that they like a lot. I mean, it's
Chris Robinson.
Yeah, but you can only speak Canadian to Chris Robinson. We need an interpreter for him. So
it'll be an unearned run, by the way, as Redmond knocks in Laporta. DJ LeMahieu.
Oh, and
LSU.
And the little, the skinny shortstop Hak-Ju Lee, and I can call him that. That's okay. But he's fast. He hit a triple down here and went around the bases, just motored around the bases. He's going to be fun to watch. There's a lot of talent. It's been nice. I give Wilkin a lot of credit.
Excellent bunt by Constanzo, the speedy center fielder, and he knocks in a run, keeps the inning alive. 3 straight 2-out singles for the Indians, and none of the 3 was hit particularly hard. And that's going to be it. Jeff Stevens is coming in. Kerry, thanks so much for the time. It's great conversation when you look at that all-decade team, and we look forward to reading your reports every single day on Cubs.com.
No problem. Looking forward to a good season.
2 weeks from today.
Yes,
That's Kerry Muscat. 4-0 Indians.
Get this new Ford Fusion Motor Trend's 2010 Car of the Year for under $16,000 or $199 a month. That's just $199 per month.
Hawk Ford can't be beat. Hawk Ford on 95th Street.
Hawk Ford, 6100 West 95th Street in Oak Lawn, or online at hawkford.com.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Miracle Grow Garden Soil for flowers and vegetables for just $3.97.
Any price, any ad on any Nissan. We'll beat it. Hi, I'm Chuck Piano from Orland Park Nissan. Right now, during the Nissan A to Z event, we're making deals. Just bring us any price from any ad on any new Nissan, and we'll beat it by at least $200. Plus, all qualified buyers get 0% APR for even greater savings. Any price from any ad on any new Nissan. Bring it in and we'll beat it. Plus, get 0% APR. Orland Park Nissan, we're driven heart and soul.
Cub fans, don't miss your chance to be part of the brand new PNC Club of Chicago. The newly built 71-seat club located down the third base line offers high-end catering, a full-service top-shelf bar, indoor and outdoor seating, and other benefits that allow for a truly all-inclusive game day experience. Membership also includes parking for every home game. To reserve your season tickets in the PNC Club of Chicago, call 773-404-4200. Jeff Stevens is on for Graybo. Chris Jimenez looks at ball one. Four-seamer and a curveball, pretty much what you'll see from this right-hander, who actually came over from the Indians organization in the Mark DeRosa trade.
And you notice that very abbreviated follow through for Jeff Stevens. Lands on that left leg, delivers the pitch to home plate, and then actually recoils from time to time as he delivers that ball to home plate.
2 on, 2 in. Key error earlier in the inning by Jeff Baker down at third base. And that ultimately has led to a couple of runs. As we've talked about throughout the spring, a lot of exciting changes at Wrigley Field in store for the 2010 season. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Let's take a look at that abbreviated follow through I was talking about on the part of Jeff Stevens. That front leg comes down, he drives toward his target, and then just kind of spins off that front leg. Not exactly the way most pitching coaches would teach it, but it's something that Jeff Stevens has done in his time as a Chicago Cub. Haven't noticed any appreciable changes in his delivery.
Hooked on the ground, foul. Hoping to chat with Wally Hayward this weekend about some of those changes at the ballpark. The Cubs' new executive vice president, chief sales and marketing officer, expected to be here in Mesa this coming weekend. Soft liner right at Terrio, and that'll end the inning. The Indians get 2 on an error and 3 hits, and they now lead 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 7 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to Philadelphia. Now bags fly free 7 times a day. Grab your bag. It's on.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
At Luna, we just think flooring should be affordable.
How am I supposed to compete with that?
Right now, save up to $500 off and get your second room of Mohawk flooring free. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
We'll head to the ninth with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear. Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices? Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece.
Want to see a Cubs game from that mountain? Go climb it. Want to see a Cubs game at Wrigley Field from the front row? Now you can. Visit Cubs.com, click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line. Front row seats will be auctioned off to every game all season long. Don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com and check out the CBOE front row seats auction today.
It's a lot easier to bid on those seats than it is to climb that mountain. I know you climb it every day, though. Part of your morning
Squaw
routine.
Peak is the only one I've done in the area. I'd like to do Camelback at some point. I would assume your knee replacement probably precludes you from climbing any mountains.
That and my lack of motivation combined will keep me off the mountains. Yeah.
The 1-1 to Marlon Byrd. He couldn't hold up. 1-2. been all Indians, all Fausto Carmona, who has limited the Cubs to one base runner, just a single by Alfonso Soriano in the second inning. He's been efficient, hasn't walked anybody, hasn't struck out anybody, but he hasn't needed to. Their ace is going to be Jake Westbrook. Jimenez in left, one out. Westbrook did not pitch last year while recovering from Tommy John surgery. Just 5 starts the year before the surgery. No CC Sabathia or Cliff Lee to rely on.
Well, this is a real good gauge for the Cubs offensively. We showed you some numbers earlier in the ball game, and it's not unusual to see teams really bust out offensively down here in the Cactus League, but you bump up against another team's 1 or 2 starter or their closer. It's a pretty good gauge as to where you are offensively, and so far today Carmona's bested the Cubs offense rather handily.
The kick and the pitch. Soriano smacks that one to deep left. Is going to be over Jimenez right at the base of the wall. So Soriano has figured out Carmona. He has the Cubs' only 2 hits.
Well, needless to say, this is real good to see if you're a Cubs fan. Fastball middle of the plate to Alfonso Soriano. And he does what he usually does with fastballs in the middle of the plate. He stroked it into left field right at the base of the fence and straightaway left. He may look as bad as any hitter in baseball chasing breaking balls out of the strike zone, but I challenge pitchers to try to throw a fastball by him in the strike zone. He doesn't miss many of them.
And people are wondering, well, what does he do if they don't throw him fastballs? If you don't swing at the breaking balls out of the zone, at some point they're going to have to throw a heater to throw a strike.
Or you're going to end up taking a base on balls, which is a term that's maybe a little bit unfamiliar to Alfonso Soriano, but since he's not the leadoff hitter for the ball club anymore, he's in more of an RBI position. Maybe his approach at the plate will change a little bit, and he'll force the opposition to throw him those fastballs or take the base on balls.
Soto popped out his first time. Soriano, by the way, the only Cub to this point to get into scoring position. Rolled foul past Mike Quaddy. Gio's going to bat 8th behind most likely Mike Fontenot on opening day in Atlanta. Good breaker outside corner, 0-2.
I don't think the spots in the lineup are carved in stone by any means. We know from Lou's past, if somebody's swinging a bat better than somebody else, he will not hesitate to flip guys in the lineup, move guys in and out, and depending on off days and where they fall, it wouldn't be surprising to see Soto maybe move up in the order on some days or find himself in the 8th spot on another day.
You might have been able to pick it up on our home plate microphone. Tim McClellan said, "You all right, 5-2?" Talking to Mike Redmond. Took that foul ball off, I believe, his right hand. Called strike 3. Caught the outside corner on a slider, and he gets out of it. Cubs leave a man at third. It's Cleveland 4 and the Cubs nothing.
This is Sydney, semi-pro football player by day, chef by night.
I start with a 6-ounce piece of salmon,
Saute that up, and then I'll make my lemon butter sauce with cream, lemon zest, salt and pepper, little fresh lemon. You squeeze that in there, reduce it, drizzle it over the fish. Voila.
Want to swap recipes? Give Sydney a call. With U.S. Cellular, every call he gets is free. Anytime, from anyone. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
This is a place that defies imagination, where endless tables serve up unparalleled action on one of the world's greatest casino floors, the home of the Midwest's largest poker room. There is no place else for better odds or higher limits. No VIP rooms more attentive to you, because this is legendary gambling beyond anything you've ever experienced before. Horseshoe Casino, where entertainment knows no bounds.
5 trucks, 10 days, hundreds of closeout pool packages, only at the Great Escape, and only for 10 days. Save 30 to 50 cents on the dollar on hundreds of overstock and floor model pool packages, starting at $14.99 installed. Purchase any round pool package and get free layaway and installation. No rain checks, sold on a first come, first served basis. Plus, get factory cash back or 0% financing for up to 36 months. Only at the Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop the Great Escape.
Thursday, the heat is on as the Bulls welcome Miami to Chicago. Watch what happens when Derrick Rose and the Bulls match up against Dwayne Wade and the Heat. Coverage begins at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Bulls Heat Thursday night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Get the best local sports news nightly on Sports Night, presented by Dex. Coming up tonight at 10, highlights of the Rockets-Bulls contest, plus a preview of tomorrow night's big Coyotes-Hawks game. Join Chuck and Mark for Sports Night, presented by Dex, tonight at 10:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fly ball deep to right. Fukudome back at the warning track, off the wall. For Brian Bixler, who's going to turn this one into a sliding triple.
Wahoo baseball, not complete. You got to get him in there.
Middle infielder putting a charge into that opposite field blast.
A surprising opposite field power from Bixler. Got a fastball out over the plate, fooled Fukudome completely. He thought he had the ball in his glove right there as he prepared to unleash a throw back toward the infield, but somehow it bounced out of the leather, and Bixler ends up on third base with a leadoff triple.
There's Hernandez with the Cubs infield all at the edge of the grass, already trailing 4-0. Popped over third, but foul. Speaking of hockey, Lou Piniella was at the Hawks-Coyotes game on Saturday night. I was there as well. It's a beautiful arena over in Glendale. It's about 12 degrees inside. But I guess it has to be when you're in the desert playing hockey.
Yeah, not a lot of outdoor rinks here in Phoenix. Not a lot of indoor rinks for that matter.
Kick and the pitch. Hernandez laid off a backdoor breaker. 1-2. News out of Jupiter, Florida. Albert Pujols scratched today because of more tightness in his lower back. It's not the first time he's dealt with that this spring.
Well, I think I echo the sentiment of most Cub fans when I say they need to be very, very careful with those back injuries. They probably ought to shut him down till the All-Star break or so. Make sure when he comes back, he's at 100%. You don't want to rush those kind of things.
This is not going to get the run in as Fukudome comes way in, and Bixler has to hold at third as that's chest blocked by Soto. Matt Holliday returned to the Cardinal lineup. He missed almost 2 weeks. A strained side muscle.
Timing is everything with spring training injuries. You mentioned Derek Lee fouled a ball off his foot earlier in camp and has had enough time to recover and get back in the lineup, and will have plenty of time to get the at-bats necessary to prepare for opening day. But when you suffer those injuries toward the end of camp and you miss those valuable last few days and don't get the at-bats or the innings pitched that you need to start the season, that's when you can really get your regular year off to a bad start.
And for any pitcher, almost regardless of whether it's a starter, a reliever, whatever the injury was, if you have not pitched in game action by today, you're not going to be ready in 2 weeks. I mean, that's it. That's a given. You could be 100% healthy today, but if you haven't faced live batting, whether it's in a minor league game or Cactus League or Grapefruit League, you will not be ready for opening day. Bird makes the catch. Bixler's going to hold yet again.
You see a smile on the face of Marlon Byrd out there in center field. We've talked about how he's battling that sun. He has to actually play this ball way off to his left side to keep it out of the sun and then square his body back up to make his throw to home plate. That's not as easy as Marlon made it look right there. Perfect throw to home plate. That'll come in handy at Wrigley Field for those day games.
Sure will.
The ability to keep the ball out of the sun and still make a play.
You can see the shadow behind Jeff Stevens. That tells you where the sun is, almost directly behind home plate. Low to Laporta. If Russell Branyan is not ready on opening day and he has not yet participated in Cactus League action, Laporta probably gets the nod at first base. And most likely will end up in left with Branyan at first. They have a couple of kids they got in that Sabathia deal 2 years ago. Laporta and Michael Brantley both will see some time in their outfield. No Grady Sizemore today. No Travis Hafner today, but he's back as their DH.
And a guy you mentioned earlier, Len, not here today, Louis Marson, a catcher that they received from the Philadelphia Phillies in the Cliff Lee deal. Figures to be their starting catcher this year. That's something that the Indians have been notorious for over the last number of years. When it comes time to trade away one of their high-priced veteran players, they try to restock with as many blue-chip prospects as they can get from the team that they're trading with.
Up the middle and past a diving Terrio, so Stevens can't get out of it as Bixler scores. Laporta with an RBI single. And don't forget about Shin-Soo Choo, an underrated right fielder. I saw a really interesting quote from Mark Shapiro, the general manager, soon to be president of the Indians. After the season, his assistant Chris Antonetti will take over as the GM. Shapiro will be the team president. Terrio will take care of this one. We'll get back into this when we come back. Indians add to their lead to the last of the sixth. It's 5-0.
A new roof is all about choices. You want to make a design choice. One that gives your home an attractive design. You want to make the energy-saving choice. A roof that is Energy Star rated and qualifies for an energy tax credit. You want to make the right choice. For a beautiful roof that will last generations, choose residential steel roofing, available at Menards.
Pair up the world's smartest criminal with the FBI's best agent.
Telling the truth. Did it hurt? Not bad.
And you get the most critically acclaimed show on television. Slick and smart. Loads of charm.
My reputation precedes me.
It's so cool, it's criminal.
This is gonna be good.
White Collar. New episodes on a new night. Tuesdays at 10. Only on USA.
On January 12th, a massive earthquake ravaged Haiti's capital. taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of people and leaving millions more without water, food, and shelter.
During our time in public service, we've witnessed firsthand the extraordinary generosity of the American people in the face of tragedy, here at home and around the world.
But there's still so much to do. So please join the Clinton Bush Haiti Fund and other organizations as we answer the call to help Haiti build back better. Thank you.
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey, Cub fans, how would you like to be at Wrigley Field on Monday, April 12th for a very special opening day? If you missed the opportunity to buy tickets, there's still hope. Go to Cubs.com and register for the chance to win 4 opening day tickets. Ball lifted high into left field into foul territory. Webb will make the play out there. Whether you've never been to opening day at Wrigley Field or been a dozen times, you don't want to miss the excitement that's in store for 2010. Visit Cubs.com and sign up today.
Donnie Webb now playing left. Carmona still in there.
Wonder if there's ever been a complete game in the Cactus League.
I doubt it. There have been combined no-hitters in spring training. Won't be today. 2 hits, both by Soriano. But Carmona has barely broken a sweat. The Indians have pitched extremely well all spring long. Kneebuckler, second strikeout, both of the looking variety. White Sox haven't been bad, but I mean the Indians with a better ERA than all those teams training in Florida.
And I mentioned it before, it's not easy to pitch well in the Cactus League because of the lack of humidity down here in Arizona. Breaking balls tend not to move as much as they will during the regular season. The infields have a tendency to get hard as spring training wears on. Ground balls get through quickly. And of course the ball really jumps when you hit it in the air, and at a lot of these ballparks the wind blows out traditionally, so not an easy place to pitch.
Carmona's had an intriguing career in that when he's been good, he's been great, and when he's been bad, he's been awful. Hasn't really been much in between for Carmona. Slicing fly ball. Webb with 2 chances in the inning handles both cleanly as Carmona cruises through 6. 5-zip Indians.
Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction of mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, save $200 on the Easton Synergy BZN1 bat, only at Sports Authority.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Miracle Grow Garden Soil for flowers and vegetables for just $3.97.
The thing I'm most looking forward to is playing at Wrigley Field. When you step on the field, you kind of feel all of the history, all of the tradition, and then the fans, you have 40,000 on their feet going crazy every day.
There's no better place to play than Wrigley, and I'm looking forward to going out there and trying to win a championship.
Tomorrow night, the Blackhawks take on the red-hot Coyotes at the United Center. Tune in to see if a win over Phoenix will help lock the Hawks into the #1 seed in the West. Coverage starts at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Coyotes tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Right-hander Blake Parker will make his 4th spring appearance as he faces Donnie Webb to start the Indians' 7th. We're going to start seeing some changes now here in the late innings. Andres Blanco's also in at short as he has returned from that knee injury. A sprained right knee cost Andres better part of a couple of weeks.
Saw Andres over at the minor league complex at Fitch Park yesterday. He was getting at bats in 2 different ball games.
Line shot deep right. Fukudome has it.
Yeah, he would lead off the inning on the AA, AAA field. Run through the gate over to the other field where Peoria was playing against Daytona. Get an at bat in that field. Run back through the gate back over to the AA, AAA game and did that throughout the afternoon. He probably had 10 or 12 at bats yesterday.
Wyatt Torres batting for Mike Redmond, and he'll stay in and catch. Slow breaker for a strike. Well, the Indians have one of the top farm systems in baseball. Kevin Goldstein of Baseball Prospectus ranked their system as the 3rd best in all of baseball, behind Tampa Bay and Texas. Two quick outs. And that quote from Mark Shapiro, the Indians GM, he told USA Today, quote, "We made the critical decision halfway through last year that we didn't think the club this year was certain enough to contend if we had kept Lee and Martinez, Cliff Lee and Victor Martinez. So what we're doing is dealing with the reality of cycles. If you aggressively manage your cycles, you hope the talent you get back in those trades will get you back into contention much faster. It's a small market team. And those are very difficult decisions to make. And I think they're more difficult now than ever before, Bob, because of the wild card. You know, most teams in early to mid-July, even if you're a 500 or slightly below team, you're within 5 or 6 games of the wild card. And the question is the arrow pointing up or down? And Shapiro decided last year that the arrow was pointing down. And really their season started to take that big downturn at Wrigley Field when the Cubs swept them in June.
And that is a tough decision to make, not only for the future of your franchise, but for the fans as well. I mean, nobody likes to see the white flag come out, regardless of what time of year it is. You want to believe that your team is still competitive and still going out there and playing hard. And when you pull the trigger on one of those deals and unload your best pitcher, unload one of the best offensive catchers in the game, it sends kind of a negative message to the fans. And of course, your hope as an organization is that the guys you got in return, as you said, get you back into a position to be competitive more quickly.
And as you heard the quote from Shapiro, he was thinking really not about last year, but this year. He was saying, even if we kept Cliff Lee and Victor Martinez, that was no guarantee that we were going to compete in 2010. Big swing and a miss by Constanza. Nice job by Blake Parker, who goes 1-2-3. Stretch time from Mesa. All Indians today 5-0.
Chicago's favorite spot for prime steaks, the freshest seafood, and world-famous Florida stone crab. Come on down to Joe's.
Hi, I'm Luna.
I'm the other guy.
What's wrong, EG? You seem kind of down.
Lost another sale to you people.
Oh.
Luna's low prices make it impossible.
We just think flooring should be affordable.
And Luna's lifetime installation warranty.
Yeah, we'll return for the life of the floor to make it perfect again. For free.
How am I supposed to compete with that?
Right now, save up to $500 off and get your second room of Mohawk flooring free. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Years ago, the world was faced with a challenge. And Lexus responded by building the world's first luxury hybrid. Today, Lexus has 4 hybrid models on the road, including the HS, the most fuel-efficient of all luxury vehicles. Lease the 2010 HS 250H for $369 a month for 36 months, with $29.99 due at signing. See your Lexus dealer.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesmen not included.
Visit the official online shop of the Chicago Cubs at Cubs.com. Browse the largest selection of authentic spring training gear, including clubhouse caps and t-shirts, jerseys, sweatshirts, and more. Get your spring training gear straight from the source. Shop the Cubs.com shop.
Finally, Carmona is out. And veteran right-hander Jamie Wright is in. Carmona gave up 2 hits, didn't walk anybody, and shut out the Cubs through 6. I'm going to get his jogging in. That was as good a performance from a starting pitcher you're ever going to see in the Cactus League.
Absolutely. Very sharp with his slider as Torres takes over behind home plate. Spotted his fastball well on both sides of the plate. Didn't walk a batter. Only struck out 2 in his 6 innings of work.
Jamie Wright's pitches all have a lot of movement. He's been around a long time. So the Cubs will try to rally here in the late innings, down 5-0. Don't know if we're going to see him in the dugout today. He's probably hiding on us, but a happy big 5-0 to Cubs special assistant to the manager, Matt Sinatro, turning 50 years old today. Lee fouls it off to the right. Huge crowd today, not only to watch this game, but I'm sure to wish Matt a happy birthday.
I'm sure.
12,327. Cubs with only a handful of home games left this spring here in Mesa. 5 of them before they break camp and actually stay here in the Valley to play the Diamondbacks on the 2nd and 3rd of April before flying to Atlanta for the season opener on April 5th. Inside, ball 4. Well, what a difference it makes just to get a dominating starter out of the game.
And we see it all the time during the regular season. It doesn't really matter who you see after that starting pitcher. You just want to see somebody else. Carmona was that good today. Well, you mentioned Jamie Wright's pitches have a lot of movement. He's had a lot of movement himself throughout his career. 30 separate transactions in the media guide listed for Jamie Wright. Now, granted, one of those is his first draft back in 1993 when he was the #1 pick of the Colorado Rockies. A couple of trades thrown in there, a number of DL stints. And just the 03 season alone, signed by the Mariners, released by the Mariners, signed by the Brewers, released by the Brewers, signed by the Rangers, released by the Rangers, signed by the Royals, granted free agency, signed actually with the Cubs in the offseason of 03, and was released by the Cubs in spring training. So this guy is very, very well-traveled 35-year-old right-hander.
Jim Aducci now running for Lee at first. Chatting with Ivan De Jesus, the Cubs first base coach. Nady is 0 for 2. And Wright's 1-1. Called strike on a sinking fastball.
This is one of those ultimate matchups. You have a fly ball hitter in Xavier Nady at the plate, a guy who even in batting practice rarely hits a ground ball, against a sinker ball pitcher who's looking for the ground ball. Breaker that time just off the plate away. Nady able to get a piece. Now, if you ever get the opportunity to watch Xavier Nady take batting practice, it's a sight to behold. He hits like he's hungry, and that pitcher's throwing meatballs up to home plate. Every swing is violent.
He had his teammates dropping their jaw. He hit a long opposite field home run in BP as he strikes out. Here's Bird for the third time. Ground out and a fly out against Carmona. How about former White Sox and current Royal Brian Anderson hit for the cycle the other day. Got him. Matt Laporta came off the bag, but he applied the tag and got Aducci. So Jamie Wright picks him off.
Just caught Aducci kind of in between steps. A high pickoff attempt, but in the estimation of Kerwin Danley, Laporta got that tag down on the shoulders of Aducci before he got his hand on the base. Not exactly the way you draw it up, but hey, you saw that tag on the shoulder blades. Kerwin Danley ringing up Jim Aducci at first base.
Meanwhile, 1-0 on Bird. Yeah, Brian Anderson in the first 4 innings against Arizona on Friday hit for the cycle, which is extremely difficult to do in spring training. If you're going to do it, you got to do it early.
It's hard to get 4 at-bats in one game in spring training. Was that 24-9 game?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Jamie. He went 5 for 5 with 7 knocked in. High fly to center. Constanza was playing pretty deep as he drifts over into the gap in right center and makes the play. Leadoff walk doesn't lead to anything. It's still 5-0 Indians as we head to the 8th.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now. A sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, lease Altima, $199 a month. Hurry. Event ends March 31st. Get to Nissan now.
What's your idea of financial security?
Financial security.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Retire when I want.
The wedding of my dreams.
Your Country Financial representative can provide you with a tangible plan to protect what you have and plan for the future.
Peace of mind.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Tomorrow, the Blackhawks face off against Phoenix at the United Center. Tune in as Duncan Keith and Brent Seabrook look to defend their spot in the playoffs. Coverage begins at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Coyotes tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Wednesday, Arizona becomes Sox territory as the Diamondbacks pay a visit to Glendale. Tune in at 3 to see how the White Sox are shaping up this season. White Sox Diamondbacks, Wednesday at 3, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Vineline offers exclusive insider coverage and photography all year long. Visit the Vineline blog at Cubs.com for extra content and order today. New pitcher for the Cubs, Mike Parisi. He is the 5th Cubs hurler. We've seen Samardzija, Graybo, Stevens, Parker, and now Parisi, a Rule 5 pick from St. Louis in December. Missed most of last year recovering from 2008 Tommy John surgery. Other changes for the Cubs. We'll get to those changes incrementally. Sam Fuld is in center. Michael Hoffpower is now at first. Aducci stayed in. He's in left. In tight on Jimenez. 1-1. It's cranked into left, going to get to the wall. It's a pretty routine double for Jimenez.
Work on it.
A lot of routine doubles in these big parks down here in the Cactus League. If you can get it in the corners or in the gap, doubles are very routine and triples are not uncommon. Top spin line drive down into that left field corner for Jim Aducci, and Jimenez slides into second base easily with the double.
Bixler 1 for 3 with a triple and a run. Muscle foul off the fists. Parisi turns 27 next month. 6'3", 215. 42 days of Major League service with the Cardinals in 08. And he struggled to an 8.22 ERA in 12 appearances and an 0-4 record. 9th round pick in 2004. Went to Manhattan College in New York. Fastball low. Saul Rivera is up in the Cleveland pen.
Parisi consistently missing that same spot, down low and away from the right-handed hitter. That's a good area to throw to, that outside corner at the knees. Just missing, however, falling behind 3-1.
Ball 4, so the first 2 are on. Anderson Hernandez with a hit, a steal, and a run in 4 at-bats. Mark Grudzielanek done for the day. Good old number 82 is on deck. Matt McBride. A bat for Grudzielanek. Tapper foul.
I think you have your extended roster over there. Fortunately, they give us the addendum to the regular rosters when they call up minor league players. The Cubs have 2, 4, 6 minor league players here in uniform today, wearing numbers anywhere between 58 and 95.
What number did Michael Brenly wear the other day when he got a pinch hit at bat? Knocked down by Soto.
I believe he was wearing number 87. And proud to do so.
No doubt about it. That had to be a proud moment for you.
Oh, it was quite an experience. On the second pitch of the at-bat, lofted a fly ball to left center field with the wind blowing in. Just something his dad would have done back in my playing days. I asked him, didn't you check the flags? He said, no. I was just watching the pitcher. That's something Lou and his staff have done a nice job of this spring. You know, we tease about it, we joke about it, but yeah, for those guys who are over there grinding away in anonymity at minor league camp to get called from Fitch Park over here to Hohokam and an opportunity to go to a big league game and ideally get an at bat or a couple innings of defensive work, that goes a long way when the youngsters have to go back to minor league camp and continue to drill and work hard on an everyday basis. Just that opportunity to come play with the big boys for an afternoon really helps a lot when you have to go back to camp.
3-2 way outside. Parisi with no command at the moment, and the bases are loaded.
Now Larry's going to make a trip to the mound here. Number one, to try to settle down Mike Parisi, get him back into the strike zone, throwing good quality strikes, but also to give that bullpen a little opportunity to start cranking it up down there. Saw some activity as soon as the batter headed down to first base, Larry was up out of the dugout, and there was activity in that Cubs bullpen.
Mark Thompson will pinch run for Hernandez at first. With his first AB today. Matthew McBride on page 290 of the Indians 2010 media guide from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Soto trying to locate it. And Jimenez will score as Soto just did a backhand flip. Would not have had a shot at him either way. 6-0.
Hey, get a look at this pitch way in the dirt. Gio tries to slide over, get in front of it. He got a piece of it. I think Giovanni was a little surprised. The runner was coming home from third base with no outs in the inning. It didn't go all the way to the backstop, but a great jump by the runner Jimenez down there at third base, and he was able to score easily on that backhanded toss.
So second and third, and another one low and outside. Justin Berg probably going to make this opening day roster, and he's in the bullpen. He might have to bail out Parisi. He's coming back on a 2-0, and he just hit McBride. And that's it. Lou's going to come out. Well, Parisi would love to have a do-over, a leadoff double, back-to-back walks, a wild pitch, and a hit batter. So Berg comes in with the bases full and a 6-0 Cleveland lead.
This is a place that defies imagination, where endless tables serve up unparalleled action on one of the world's greatest casino floors, the home of the Midwest's largest poker room. There is no place else for better odds or higher limits. No VIP rooms more attentive to you, because this is legendary gambling beyond anything you've ever experienced before. Horseshoe Casino, where entertainment knows no bounds.
Years ago, the world was faced with a challenge. And Lexus responded by building the world's first luxury hybrid. Today, Lexus has 4 hybrid models on the road, including the HS, the most fuel-efficient of all luxury vehicles. Lease the 2010 HS 250H for $369 a month for 36 months, with $29.99 due at signing. See your Lexus dealer.
Drink for your feet. With ZigTech, I get more train, less pain.
Time now for the Home Depot doing more on defense. Jeff Baker. Nice stab on a line shot earlier in the ball game. Able to go up and get it. That's our Home Depot doing more on defense. Justin Bird, very impressive in limited duty at the big league level last year, and he's followed it up with a very nice spring camp, and he's pretty much in.
6 appearances, 6 innings of work. You know, obviously 1 inning each time. He's only surrendered 1 hit and 1 run. That came in his first outing. He gave up a solo homer, and that has been it. Been very effective for Larry Rothschild and Lou Piniella.
Bases loaded, and the pitch is inside to Laporta. $11 appearances last year, 1 run in 12 innings. A run in and 3 on. Bixler at third. Thompson at second. McBride at first. And a 1-1 from Bird. Popped him up. Scales goes out. Fukudome comes in. And Bobby makes the catch. That was the infield fly rule, even though that pop fly was in short right.
If in the umpire's estimation that infielder can get out there and make a catch facing home plate, the infield fly rule can be called even if the ball is out in shallow outfield. And that time they felt that Bobby Scales was in a position where if he wanted to, he could have turned and squared up to home plate and made the catch.
Newman Romero for Peralta. Bases still loaded and 1 out. Up the middle. Blanco will throw to first. An RBI ground out for Romero as Bixler scores the Indians' 7th run. Well, Bob, you come into a game with the bases loaded and nobody out. Unless you're in the 9th inning in a tie game and the winning run is at third base, the mindset can't be I'm not giving up anything. It has to be limit the damage, right?
Limit the damage. Ideally you make your pitches. Ideally that ground ball is hit a little bit slower and the Cubs are able to turn 2, but you're right. If you come into a bases loaded nobody out situation and can wiggle out of it giving up only 1 run, your manager will take that every time. Damage control.
Webb hits it in the air, foul down the left field line.
I think the key is not to get too far ahead of yourself. I mean, this is a big at bat right here. First base is open. He's way ahead of Webb in the count, has a couple of pitches to play with right here. Don't get overly aggressive and throw something in there that Webb could put in play with authority.
Aducci comes over, but is not going to have room. That's an excellent point, and it also gets to how this inning has played out for Berg. You're sitting at home and you go, okay, almost out of it. And then you make a bad 0-2 pitch, and all of a sudden you've given up 3 instead of 1.
Right, right. And sometimes that's the difference you see in spring training between a veteran pitcher who's been through it before many times and a young pitcher who wants to show the staff what he can do out there on the mound. I've got this guy in an 0-2 hole. Watch this fastball. And it ends up getting whacked in a gap and a couple more runs score.
Jake Michael in the bullpen. You see how Berg has kept the ball in the ballpark in limited major league duty. Everything's down. Another one down. That's pounded into the foot. I'm sure that's happened a few times before against Justin Berg.
Guys with good hard sinkers or good late breaking sliders that they keep down in the zone. Hitters, you almost expect to foul a ball or two off your foot during the course of an at bat.
Outside. So Webb hanging in there. Only 1 hit in the inning. That was a leadoff double by Jimenez. But Mike Parisi was very wild. Couple of walks, a wild pitch that scored a run, a hit batter. And Berg's trying to get out of this thing with fairly limited damage. Ronnie Wickers here at the ballpark. Seen him a lot here in spring training. Out into the gap in right center. So after he had him 0-2, Berg could not put away Webb, who knocks in 2, and he's going to have a stand-up triple.
You know, you'd like to get good results in spring training, especially a young pitcher like Berg, but this is one of those situations. A walk would not have been the worst thing in the world to happen. It would have got a righty on righty matchup with 2 outs. There would have been a force play anywhere on the infield. He got a little bit overly aggressive and threw a fastball in the strike zone, and he had to pay for it right there. Webb with the triple into the gap in right center.
Low to Torges. 8th batter of the inning. No homers in this game, but the Indians have 2 triples and 11 hits in all. Cubs will get back to the road the next 3 days. They're in Surprise tomorrow and Wednesday. They play the Royals tomorrow, Texas on Wednesday, and then on the bus to Tucson Thursday. And the last time the Cubs went to Tucson, the bus broke down. They did make it, but we're a little bit late. And we'll have TV games Friday and Saturday from here. The A's come in on Friday, the Padres on Saturday.
Now, the surprise about surprise is how close you are to Los Angeles when you get there. The furthest northwest facility in the Cactus League.
And a very nice ballpark.
Oh, beautiful ballpark.
Andres Blanco with a long run makes the catch in foul ground. The Indians add 4 to their lead. It's now 9-0.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesmen not included.
You all want to run your businesses more efficiently, so we brought in a team of experts to help.
One suggestion is to make your shipping more efficient with priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service.
Shipping's a hassle, weighing every box.
Actually, with flat rate boxes, you don't need to weigh anything under 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships for a low flat rate.
Call or go online for a free flat rate box shipping kit that includes free boxes and our helpful shipping guide. Do it today and we'll ship it all right to your door for free.
Okay, but I ship all over the country.
You can ship anywhere in the country for a low flat rate. Ship international, too.
And remember, flat rate boxes come in 4 sizes, and shipping starts at just $4.95. Call or go online for a free shipping kit with a full supply of free boxes, plus the shipping guide. Act now and you'll get them all delivered right to your business free of charge.
Priority mail flat rate boxes. Only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship. Call or go online now to get started.
For Soriano, got a grand slam! Thursday, the heat is on as the Bulls welcome Dwayne Wade in Miami to the UC. And now Comcast Sportsnet has 2 ways to tune in. For the rest of the season, you can watch the game live on your computer with CSNChicago.com's free live streaming. Or you can catch the action right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Coverage starts at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. And you've got 2 ways to watch. Bulls Heat Thursday night at 7. Only on Comcast Sportsnet and CSNChicago.com. Saul Rivera, who at one time pitched for Manny Acta in Washington, will become just the 3rd Indians pitcher today. He'll face Sam Fuld to start it.
In every spring training game, whether it be the Cactus League here in Arizona or the Grapefruit League down in Florida, at some point you'll hear the play-by-play man say, multiple changes on defense. We've reached that point of the game.
We have. Slow roller hit to the new second baseman, Joshua Rodriguez, who handles it cleanly.
Number 28, third baseman Jeff Baker.
Thompson's in at short. Baker, just his 3rd at bat, up the middle, hit hard, and that kicks off the glove of Thompson. And it's a hit. I think that's a good call. That was not an easy play.
Yeah, a lot of ground to cover out there for Thompson on that hard ground ball back up the middle of the field. It looked like it took a little bit of a squirrely hop on top of it right at the end. Yeah, you can see that last hop came up a little more than Thompson was anticipating. It did hit off the heel of his glove, but that would have been a great play had he been able to make it. So it goes as a base hit.
Fouled back by Soto. We've mentioned a couple of Indian players who at one time played for Manny Acta when he was a manager in Washington, and that's not all that rare. Anderson Hernandez claimed on waivers recently. Rivera signed a minor league deal in late December. you keep a mental note of the guys you liked, and if they become available, there's a bit of a comfort zone to have players you're familiar with and who are familiar with you.
And above and beyond the numbers and what a particular player might bring to a team, you know their personality and how they're likely to fit in with the rest of the guys in that clubhouse. And that's a lot of times that's a determining factor. You know, you need somebody to come into your team and stir it up a little bit. You need a comedian. You need somebody who's a real grinder to show the other guys how to get their work done. And if you've had a guy in the past on a ball club and you've appreciated the way he's gone about his business, and there's an opportunity to bring him in there and have him earn a spot on your ball club, then yeah, it's very common.
Scales with 2 down. Acta, by the way, almost ended up in Houston. Very close to getting that job. But he instead opted to go to the Indians. Spent a long time in the Astros minor league system as a player, coach, and a minor league manager. Brad Mills takes over the Astros. Former bench coach of Terry Francona in Boston. Jeff Baker can pretty much take second whenever he wants. They're not holding him on at first. I'm a little surprised he hasn't to this point.
Being very cautious here at the end of a ball game, trailing by 9 runs. Standard operating procedure. If the first baseman's going to play that far behind you, you go ahead and take the bag at second, just in the event that Bobby Scales hits a ball and the only play the Indians have is to get the force at second. You take that out of the equation and you know, maybe something good happens. Of course, Tom Otis Hellman doesn't want Jeff Baker to run and slide into second base and get the pants dirty, because then that increases the amount of laundry he's going to have to do tonight after the ball game.
Well, I would like to think Otis is going to wash those pants even if he doesn't slide.
I'll tell you how much the Cactus League has changed, Len. My first year in big league camp with the San Francisco Giants over at Old Scottsdale Stadium, the uniform pants and jerseys used to be hung on the outfield fence in the morning when we got to the ballpark. That's how they dried the uniforms. It was not out of the question to come out of the clubhouse, through the dugout, up onto the field for your morning workout, and your game jersey still hanging on the outfield fence drying.
And they've upgraded just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Baker running yet again on this 3-2 right back to the pitcher. Flag down by Rivera nicely. And we'll head off to the 9th. All Indians 9-0.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 7 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to Philadelphia. Now bags fly free 7 times a day. Grab your bag. It's on.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Miracle Grow garden soil for flowers and vegetables for just $3.97.
Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction in mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, get a $25 cash card good for anything in the entire store when you spend $100 or more. Only at Sports Authority.
Cub fans, when it comes to tickets, you deserve Major League service. So go online to StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs and the only site with Fan Protect guarantee. Check out StubHub at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
New pitcher for the Cubs, Jake, or we believe it's Michael, waiting on an official ruling on the last name. Want to get it right. From Richland, Washington, 8th round pick back in 2005.
Spent 4 years in the Cubs system as a catcher. Had a 200 batting average after 4 seasons. The Cubs decided to make him a pitcher, and he's had much better success up on top of the mound than he has in the batter's box trying to hit pitchers' offerings.
Cubs have been very successful converting guys. The two that stand out on the roster, Carlos Marmol and Randy Wells, going from catcher to pitcher. Give Oneri Flita a lot of credit for that. Aducci makes a catch to retire Constanza for out number 1.
Once again, just proving that you can take a catcher and move him anywhere else on the field and he will excel. Can't have enough catchers on the roster.
Jimenez has gone the distance for the Cubs. Fukudome, Baker, and Soto are still in there, along with Bobby Scales. So 4 position players have been in there the entire day. We'll see more of that here over the final 2 weeks.
And with the trip, as you mentioned, to Surprise tomorrow, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if the guys you mentioned who have played 9 innings in this ball game stay back here at Mesa, maybe get some extra work in the batting cage, maybe in the training room if you need a little extra work, or the weight room. Yeah, after you play 9 in spring training, you're pretty much guaranteed the closest thing to an off day that you get in spring training.
Second baseman,
Joshua Rodriguez with 2 down, nobody on. We're in the 9th. If you just joined us, the story of this game has been Indian starter Fausto Carmona. 6 shutout innings on just 2 hits, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. He was excellent. Cubs as a team with just 3 hits on the day. Alfonso Soriano with 2 of them before he left. Liner right at Blanco at short. So Jake Maiko or Muiko did a nice job. 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. Last chance for the Cubs. They're down 9-0.
Wow! Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction in mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, save $200 on the Easton Synergy BZN1 bat, only at Sports Authority.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, lease Altima, $199 a month. Hurry, event ends March 31st. Get to Nissan now.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyVilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com. The largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesman not included.
Left-hander Rafael Perez will try to close out the Cubs, coming off a very rough 2009 at a 7.31 ERA and 54 appearances. But every ERA we've seen today, 1.5. I mean, the Indians just continue to pitch extremely well, and they're working on a combined 3-hit shutout through 8. By the way, it's Jake Moyko got that right. He did a nice job at the top of the 9th for the Cubs. Andres Blanco will lead it off. It'll be Blanco, Fukudome, and Aducci. So a couple of lefties. Blanco toyed with giving up switch hitting last year, but he's going to bat right-handed against the lefty. Have you located the Andy White fan club? You know, when Henry Blanco was a Cub, they had the Hank White fan club. But we're looking for the Andy White fan club for Andres Blanco.
I haven't seen them yet, but I'm sure if they're out there, they will make their presence known.
Andres is one of those guys, and the Cubs have several. Carlos Marmol would be another. Alfonso Soriano. They come to the ballpark. They are so excited to be here. Andres, a fun guy to be around in the clubhouse. You can tell that he doesn't take this for granted. Kevin Millar. A lot of different personalities, but you need a few guys like that in every clubhouse.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be an awfully quiet and boring place if everybody was a nose to the grindstone grinder. You know, you need to have somebody to loosen things up. It's too long of a season to take things too seriously. Now, all the guys that you mentioned take it very seriously between the white lines, but we're talking about the camaraderie that goes on in the dugout and the clubhouse and on the bus trips. That's where you really need those class clowns, somebody to keep it interesting and to make you laugh, maybe take your mind off the game if you're not playing quite so well.
Good to see Greg Maddux, assistant to the GM, in uniform today. Was on his first ever scouting mission the other day with Gary Hughes and Randy Bush. I remember the quote was something like, "I haven't watched a game from the stands since I was like 10 as Blanco grounds out. The Cubs are basically letting Greg do just about everything. Certainly an asset to any organization, and I think part of it is for him to decide ultimately if he wants to be in the game full time and what in fact he wants to do. And he and Jim Hendry have a wonderful relationship, and it made a lot of sense to have Greg rejoin the organization for the 3rd time, twice as a player.
But if you're a young pitcher in the Cubs organization and do not take the time to sit next to Greg Maddux and pick his brain and listen to him talk about the things that he observes during the course of a ball game, you're probably in the wrong business. You could probably learn as much from Greg Maddux watching a spring training game over 9 innings as you could playing for any manager in baseball for a full year. This guy notices things. He's very alert, and certainly with his experiences in the game, just a wealth of information for these young pitchers.
Nice chance for Fukudome to face a left-hander here in spring camp. 2 balls and a strike on Kosuke. He's the starting right fielder, but against a lot of lefties, I don't think there's any question Lou will get Xavier Nady in as much as he can. He's safe at first as Thompson's throw pulled Laporta off the bag. The Cubs starting a 1-out rally here in the 9th.
I think Thompson kind of took for granted that was just a little roller to the left side, but Fukudome was kind of leaning out of the batter's box when he made contact and got down that line pretty quickly. And by the time Laporta was able to apply the tag, Kosuke's foot was already on the base.
That is an error on Thompson. Aducci drives that ball into the gap. Diving attempt by Webb, can't get it. Second and third with one out. By far the best scoring opportunity for the Cubs all day. So Aducci making up for the pickoff back in the 7th after he came on as a pinch runner.
What a nice approach against a tough left-handed pitcher, and Aducci stayed with that ball and drove it into that gap in left center field. A diving effort by Webb comes up just a little bit short. And now a chance for Nady to perhaps pick up a couple of RBI.
One batting practice drill that we were noticing today, Nady's group included Derek Lee and I believe Kosuke Fukudome, is Rudy Jaramillo would yell out situations. Let's say a guy was taking 7 swings. On the 4th swing, he'd say runner at third, less than 2 outs. And just to get them thinking situational hitting. Edgar Tovar was pitching, and there was one sequence against Derek Lee when Rudy got right behind the cage and was telling Edgar where to throw the pitches. Derek didn't know. I think the drill there is, he wanted him to throw it on the outside part of the plate, and sure enough, Derek took it to right center. Even though a guy's throwing 55, 60 miles an hour, you still can work on game situations.
Have to have a purpose. Now, granted, the last round or 2 of batting practice, guys get up there and they try to whirly bird and see how far they can hit the ball. But for those first 4 or 5 or 6 rounds of batting practice, there should be a purpose. There should be a reason for every swing you take. And that's something that Rudy's worked very hard this spring to try to implant in his players' minds, that every time I step in that batting cage, there are things I want to do properly before the home run derby starts.
Way outside, 2-2 on the DH. Perez made his major league debut in 2006. 6'3", 195. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Slider down and in. And he goes right over the top of it. His 2nd strikeout on the day.
It's up to Micah Hoffpower. 2 down in the 9th. Off the end of the bat foul. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director, Jim Angio. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Great work by our entire crew, including our stage manager, Tony Lamb, our technical director, Sean Hutchison, our tech manager, Mark Harper. The senior executive producer of Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. Cubs down to their final strike. Our next Comcast Sportsnet telecast of Cubs baseball will be a week from Thursday, the final game here in Mesa. That's April 1st at 3 o'clock. The Rockies are in. Ground ball through the hole. The Cubs are going to get 2. So Hoffpower, down 0-2 in the count, finally breaks the shutout. And while it might not seem like a lot to make it 9-2, Michael Hoffpower is in a pretty good battle for one of the last spots on the Cubs bench.
And to have this kind of a bat against a tough left-hander and end up driving in a couple of runs with a hard ground ball to the right side certainly bodes well for Michael Hoffpower. He didn't get many at-bats against lefties last year, but took advantage that time, came up with a big base hit.
Sam Fuld also in a pretty good battle. Might come down to Fuld versus Colvin. Tyler Colvin has had a big spring. The Cubs know what Fuld can do. They're going to need an outfielder who can play all three spots. Oh, 0-2. Don't forget, Chicago Tribune Live is coming up next. Right when we're done, Dave Kaplan and company will take over.
I know Cappy will be dressed a lot better than we are.
Yeah. Check out his tie as Fuld keeps the Cubs alive with a base hit. First and second for Jeff Baker.
Another good at bat by a left-hander against the left-hander Perez. This time Sam Fuld stays on a pitch out away from him. No stride whatsoever, just uses his hands quickly to drive that ball to the opposite field for a base hit.
Well, that rally cap has worked.
Well, one thing this mini rally has done is force the Indians to get another relief pitcher warming up in the bullpen in a 9-2 ball game with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Only because Perez is probably reaching some kind of a pitch limit out there on the mound.
Torges able to block it and keep the runners right where they are. Frank Herman is up just in case. Well, you get an extra R and an extra N. I like it. More bang for the buck.
Yeah, the most bummed out person in the ballpark right now is whoever is catching Mr. Herman down there in the Indians bullpen. He probably had his bag all packed up, had his shin guards off, his mask and everything in the bag. Okay, this one's done. I'll meet you on the bus. And all of a sudden that phone rings. Get Herman up.
That's Mike Redmond, I think, the veteran who started the game. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Well, he's not happy right now.
I have to think they let the veteran Redmond head off to wherever he wants to after he got out of the game, but maybe not. A chopper to short. Close at second, but they do force Fuld, and that's it. The Indians win it by the final of 9-2. So they stay hot. The Cubs now 11-8-1 on the spring. And again, the Cubs will hit the road 3 straight before heading back here to Mesa over the weekend. Cubs just couldn't do much offensively against Fausto Carmona today.
You know, Len, that's going to happen during the regular season as well. I mean, a good pitcher on top of his game is going to stifle any offense, and that was the case with Carmona today.
Nice job by Soriano. He had a couple of hits in the ball game, and a couple of relievers impressed as well. Jeff Samardzija, the starter, 2 runs in 4 innings. So that'll wrap it up. The final score today, the Indians 9, the Cubs 2. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet, Thursday, April 1st at 3 o'clock against the Colorado Rockies. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our entire crew, this is Len Casper saying goodbye from Mesa. Chicago Tribune Live is next.
At Luna, we We just think flooring should be affordable.
How am I supposed to compete with that?
Right now, save up to $500 off and get your second room of Mohawk flooring free. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Add beauty to your home with Western Red Cedar Siding from Menards. It's naturally decay resistant with the warmth of real wood. Choose from beveled or tongue and groove. Available in 6 to 16-foot lengths. Only 89 cents a linear foot. Create a beautiful lawn with Midwest Master Grass Seed Mix. It repairs your lawn and grows in full sun to light shade and is hardy enough for the tough Midwest seasons. A 15-pound bag is only $17.97.
Save big money at Menards.
Are last year's floods and tornadoes still causing damage? If you or someone you love is using alcohol or drugs to cope, you know that just makes it worse. But there is someone you can talk to. Call the 24/7 Iowa Concern Hotline at 1-800-447-1985. We can get through this together.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aqua Velva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aqua Velva, men get it. Wake up your whiskers with Electric Shave.
Electric Shave!
Stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave.
Man, that was close.
Electric Shave. Blade close, electric smooth.
You want to get your name out there to the people that are looking for you, and you want them to make it easy for them to find you. Our business has increased probably 30% because of the name recognition and the advertisement through on media. It gets your name out there for a reasonable price, and it's able to reach a lot of people.
Hi, I'm Shawnee Tabor. If you're looking for solutions in today's new economy, call me for a professional marketing review of your business.
All that straight ahead on today's edition of Chicago Tribune Live, and it starts right now. Good afternoon. Welcome to this Monday edition of Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Harris Bank. Hope you had a great weekend. It's a pleasure to be back with you. I'm David Kaplan. We start with today's headlines, and you can find those right now at ChicagoBreakingSports.com. The Bulls will increase the minutes of Joakim Noah, playing between 10 and 12 minutes for tonight's game against Houston. He's still recovering from plantar fasciitis at sideline for 17 of the last 22 outings. The U.S. Basketball Writers Association named Ohio State guard Evan Turner the National Player of the Year award winner, and Kentucky guard John Wall the National Freshman of the Year award winner. Turner, the first player to win for the Big Ten, to Big Dog Glenn Robinson back in 1994. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell likes the proposal to modify overtime in the playoffs. The competition committee recommended today to the 32 owners that a team losing the coin toss and then surrendering a field goal on the first possession should have a series of its own in OT. The committee will vote on it on Wednesday. All right, let's meet our guests on today's show. From the Chicago Tribune, their Fine Bears beat writer, Brad Biggs. Their Blackhawks beat writer, Chris Cook, back from a road trip. And Matt Spiegel from the Score, Sports Radio 670, where you hear him with Danny Mack. All right, let's talk some college basketball. An outstanding weekend, a ton of great upsets. Any game jump off the board to you and go, oh my God, was it Kansas?
Well, yeah, Kansas, I mean, you wouldn't expect that to happen. I mean, the overall #1 seed, but, you know, I guess that's what people want to see. They want to see the Dogs come to the front, and they certainly had it here. I think it's been pretty exciting, and no idea what's going to happen on the rest of the way.
Now, DePaul probably should be in the Sweet 16, then. They beat Northern Iowa. Can you guys believe that?
Stop it.
How about that?
It's the transitive property. That works in sports, right? One team beats the other.
Northern Iowa, and how did DePaul even stay in the game with them?
It doesn't make any sense. But every year we get to this point, and I look at teams, and I wonder to myself, why didn't I know St. Mary's was this good? Right. I mean, they've got a kid, this Omar Samhan, who can play. They've got a guard who can play. They play a good system. I should have known, right? You should have figured it out.
Well, that's, you know, they tip off and it's 10 o'clock and you're done watching for the day. But yeah, Northern Iowa beating Kansas. Watching in the first half in Northern Iowa, they were hot. You know, they were making these shots, and I'm like, oh, if they can keep stroking these shots, if they can keep hitting this stuff, they've got an opportunity. That was obviously a stunner. And then, you know, I don't think anybody saw Georgetown just getting pounded
by the 9 seed of the Mid-American Conference tournament.
By just
Ohio was the 9 seed in the MAC.
That was shocking to me. And you know, the stat I heard over the weekend that was really mind-boggling to me was Northern Iowa is going to be the first Mo Valley school to go to the Sweet 16 since Larry Bird.
79 when they played.
That's unbelievable.
And who did Larry Bird's club play in the Final Four in the national semis?
I forget. The Michigan State.
That would be the Blue Demons of DePaul.
Oh, so there you go. It all comes full circle.
There you go.
I watched the last 30 seconds of Michigan State and Maryland 3 times on the DVR. And I might not be done. I might go back and watch it some more. It's just, I get off on seeing those kids fearlessly demanding the ball. If you watch it, it's Vasquez for Maryland. There's no question he's going to take the shot. And the 2 kids for Michigan State waving their arms, wanting the ball. The poise and the fearlessness in that moment is just
well, you know, the amazing thing that won't show up in the box score, I don't know, can we run that highlight? Watch, I think it's Delvon Rowe at the top of the key. He ducks as the pass is going right at his head because he knows I'm not the guy that's supposed to be shooting this thing.
And well, isn't that what it is? You want the guy who's demanding the ball to shoot it, the one who's not afraid of it.
And he ducks, gets the guy the clean look, and he buries the jump shot. That was a great game. The Northern Iowa game was a great game. But how about the end of the Northern Iowa game? The kid Farouk Minash takes the open 3 and they've got the lead, and I'm going, what are you doing?
Nuts. Oh, when he jacked that up, because in the final, say, 10 minutes of that second half, they weren't getting as many good looks at the basket, and they were just jacking up these threes and missing a lot of them. And you're watching it, and Kansas is getting closer, and you're like, gosh, you got to run the offense and quit just jacking up these crazy shots. And when he put that up, exactly, you're like,
I couldn't believe it.
How bad would it have been if he missed it? But yeah, I mean, but that's a shooter mentality. I mean, you've got, as you said, one of the few open looks you're going to get. But boy, it gets the ice water in the veins because I'm not sure I could have taken that
Bob
shot.
Knight, who's the master of, you know, pull it back out, let's get the right. He said they might not have gotten a better shot if they'd run their offense. He goes, you had your best shooter with an open look. Take it.
It's a wide open 3 from a guy you trust. That's Bill Self failing again with Kansas. You add that to the Bucknell loss a couple years ago. And this game, you know, he didn't press until about 3 minutes left. We talked to a lot of people today, and there's a lot of Illinois fans who really enjoy loathing Bill Self. Really get off on watching him fail.
And I
don't get it.
Where was Sharon Collins? You know, I just, you know.
Players are not that good. Sharon Collins is not that good. Cole Aldrich is not that good even before he turned an ankle or whatever he did.
Well, but you expect your big players to show up against Northern Iowa. I mean, these players were dominant in Big 12 play, and you just, you know, I was kind of waiting, okay, Sharon's going to take over this game, and it never happened.
But they actually weren't dominant in Big 12 play. I mean, they only lost 2 games all year, but if you looked at them, they had periods, even in good games, where they just wouldn't show it, and Self wondered all year long why these kids weren't showing up for 40 minutes every
Maybe
game.
not that talented.
I don't think they are. I think you're going to look back and...
Good, but not elite.
So how do you feel now if you've got Kentucky winning the whole thing?
Who did you pick at the start? Kansas?
Well, I've got 2. So, you know.
Who'd you have? Kansas in one?
I had Kansas in one and Kentucky in the other.
Okay. Who do you have?
I had Kansas.
So did I.
I'm a fool.
I have Duke.
You have Duke, so you're still alive.
I'm still alive, but
how many of your Final 4 still alive?
Well, just 2. I had a little tough luck with.
How about you?
I've got 8 of 16 alive right now. To me, I still think it will. It's going to come down. Yeah, but it's going to come down to Kentucky and whether the freshmen will show up and get it done for a Calipari team just like Memphis 2 years ago. How close is Kentucky going to mirror Memphis when they were the most talented, but they failed in the final against Kansas?
I had Kansas winning it, but I've got Baylor, West Virginia, and Syracuse still alive.
You're still doing okay. You still have a reason to watch.
I'm hanging in there. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, in our daily list, we'll look at the #1 seeds who lost in the second round since 2000. In addition to Kansas, 2 #1 seeds lost in the second round in 2004. Both Stanford and Kentucky were knocked out. Cincinnati beaten in 2002, and Stanford and Arizona did it in 2000. One distinction in 2000, both Carolina and Wisconsin would make it to the Final 4. So there you have our daily list. All right, ahead on the show, we'll hear from Ozzie Guillen. Sox have seemingly spent more time in spring training talking about Twitter and other off-field issues than on-field ones. And did Tiger Woods improve his image with yesterday's interviews? We will debate the impact and if he came across as more believable than in his podium apology. And later, we'll talk Blackhawks with Chris Cook and hear from Brett Seabrook, who says teams aren't intentionally trying to hurt the Blackhawks players. Our CSNChicago.com poll question of the day: now that your bracket is busted, are you still interested in the NCAA tournament? A, yes, B, no. To vote, visit CSNChicago.com. Scroll down, questions on the right side of the page. We'll roll the results later in the show.
For over 85 years, Grossinger has made one thing their main priority: your satisfaction.
I had a tight budget and not much money to put down. Grossinger was able to put me in a Kia at a payment that was actually below what I wanted to spend.
I can't say enough about Grossinger Kia. The staff was fantastic, they answered all my questions, and I saved a lot of money.
Right now, drive a new 2010 Kia for only $99 a month. Why buy used? Drive new for less, only at Grossinger Kia Lincolnwood.
For the first time ever, get your Bulls fix online with CSNChicago.com's exclusive live game streaming, brought to you by Samsung Mobile. We're bringing Bulls games right to your computer for free for the rest of the season, so you don't have to miss a minute of the action. From tip-off to the final buzzer, you can see it all on your computer with CSNChicago.com. Plus, chat live through the game with Agray Sam and our team of Bulls insiders for the rest of the season. Catch Bulls games and much more online for free, courtesy of Samsung Mobile, only at CSNChicago.com.
CSNChicago.com, your press pass to your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When a top story breaks, CSNChicago.com has immediate news and analysis. And after every game, catch press conferences, game recaps, and locker room interviews, giving you the ultimate press pass to your home teams. Plus, CSNChicago.com features more blogs, insiders, and beat writers than ever before, including top names like John Moon Mullen. CSNChicago.com, total coverage of your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At Comcast Sportsnet, we're really big fans of really big fans, which is why we'll do whatever it takes to help Chicago sports fans enjoy the game. We mean whatever it takes. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's watching the game.
This is my job.
Alexei! Yes! Yes!
You went from being recognized as the greatest golfer in the world to becoming a punchline. How did that make you feel?
It was hurtful, but then again, you know what? I did it. You know, I'm the one who did those things. And looking back on it now with a more clear head, I get it. I can understand why people would say these things, because you know what? It was disgusting behavior, and you know, that's a person that it's hard to believe that was me, looking back on it now.
Yesterday, Tiger Woods doing a couple of interviews and talking. That was with Kelly Tillman of the Golf Channel. Did you watch any of it?
I did not. I was on the road, and but I'm really not too broken up about missing it.
Did you?
I missed it. I missed it.
Did you?
I did not. I chose not to.
I saw highlights of the ESPN one last night. I did not sit there for the full 5 minutes.
I watched both of them twice.
No, that's the professional approach, to actually watch them. So I appreciate that.
I knew I had to moderate the discussion today.
For three guys who didn't watch it. So
correct.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody took the bullet for it.
But I did watch him. I thought the Golf Channel one was better. She's very good, Kelly Tillman. He came across in both, though, very sincere.
But what's he going to say at this point that the public's going to care about? I just don't go play.
I agree with you. I just want to watch him golf.
But why is he even doing it? I mean, not only what's he going to say, but why is he even doing it? Does he owe it to people to repair his image?
No.
Or does he owe it to people to play golf?
He owes his sponsors.
He owes to Nike. The timing of this, remember, these interviews took place on Thursday or Friday, and Tiger and his people said you can't air them till after the tournament is done on Sunday night. But that's when the texts or the sexts with Jocelyn James, the porn star, came out. So it feels like a spin. All right, let's do these and get these out there. The next thing I want to hear from Tiger is the sound of a driver hitting a golf ball.
I agree.
That's what I want to hear. So I actively chose not to watch those. I heard a reporter asked about, what do you want to hear from Tiger? And he said, I want to know what happened that night with the wife and supposedly the golf ball and swing. I don't want to know that. He owes it to her.
It's not our business.
That's none of my business. And I feel dirty wanting to know. You know, if I wanted to know, I would feel dirty.
Did you read the sexts?
I looked at them and I had a laugh at a few of them. Yeah, I did.
I mean, Deadspin was able to give you the highlights so you could just kind of hit it quickly.
Yeah, one of our producers here, Ryan McCuffey, pulled them up, and I'm reading them going, wow. You can't tell me that there was not negotiations to keep those from coming out.
Yeah, you know, I appreciated, I'm one of the guys who actually appreciated what he had to say that day on the podium when he made his public thing. He seemed like a guy who's been beaten down, who has morally realized that he is scum and is trying to work on it. Whether he's effective and successful at working on it, I have my doubts. But it seems like he's working on it if that's what he wants to do.
You think he gets booed at the Masters? And
no, not at the, you think people families who have had these passes for decades?
You think he gets heckled at all?
Not at the Masters, no, because I mean, you'll lose your pass.
What'll be interesting is that first time he gets on the podium after the first round or after his practice round, how the media treats him. You know, I don't know if they're gonna try to limit him, say, hey, only ask questions about the round,
but that
which I'm not sure you can do.
The media is not going to ask him.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm interested to see if they get on him.
Okay,
what his response is.
If the Tribune called you tonight and said, guess what, Teddy's the new Hawks writer, you're the golf writer, you're down at Augusta, you're sitting in that room, and he's the first day leader. Would you ask a question about golf? Would you ask a question about the accident? Or would you just sit there and drink it all in?
No, I mean, I think I would probably ask him something about how is he, not specifically about that night, but about the distraction and taking that step from all this rigmarole to playing. And I think that's what I would ask him. But if you specifically say, hey, what happened, you know, did Elin, you know, what did she use a wedge in your car or whatever? Yeah. I don't think I go there. I don't think I need to do that.
You know, were you out of it on Ambien when you took the car into the fire hydrant tree? Yeah, I mean, none of that stuff makes sense. But that's the story, though. That is going to be the story. How does Tiger Woods perform at Augusta, and what bearing does all of this public scrutiny and, furthermore, not playing for so long have on his performance?
All right, as journalists, did it offend you that he only allowed 5 minutes for the interview? And CBS turned it down. He offered 3.
That's Tiger, isn't it? That's what he's always been. What he and IMG and even his caddy Steve Williams.
If you were running CBS, would you have said no? Would you have accepted the 5 minutes?
I would have negotiated. I would have said, all right, if that's what it's going to be, then you have to limit your answers to 15 seconds. Because I can't sit there and watch him take one answer and spin it for a minute and take control of the interview. You know, you have to make that decision whether to do it or not. I like the decision to turn it down since there's 2 other people getting the exclusives already anyway.
Well, I take that 5 minutes. I hammer him with every hard question I have. I don't mess around with, Tiger, how you feeling today? I don't, you know, what about Augusta? I hit him with the questions that you want to hit him with. So I go ahead and I take the interview. As long as they're not telling you what you can ask, you know, I think you're fine and go ahead.
From what we were told, they did not put any type of restraint on any question.
What interests me is what Brad touched on, which is that this air of invincibility around Tiger, that was probably good for a little intimidation, you know, taking a stroke away from somebody else. Doesn't it feel like that's got to be a little bit gone?
Yeah, like if, take some, no, I don't mean Phil Mickelson, someone at a lower level golfer that's contending at the
just a
Masters.
Tour regular, yeah.
You know, just some tour regular who'd never won a major. He's staring down Tiger coming down the back 9 on Sunday.
You're not scared.
I don't think he is as intimidating.
I agree.
Exactly.
You're not scared like you used to be.
You know what? You're not invincible, pal. Your public or your personal life's in shreds.
Plus, you might say something to get under his skin for fun too.
Yeah, or you know what? Someone in the gallery does. If
you know that's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Once they get out of Augusta, it's going to be real interesting to see where Tiger picks to play. You know, because he plays a limited schedule.
Might not be at the Phoenix Open, which is the biggest party on tour for quite a while. All right, ahead on the show, we will talk Blackhawks hockey with the best Blackhawks expert in town, Chris Cook. Plus, hear from Ozzie Guillen, who spent a lot of time over the weekend addressing off-the-field issues about his son and his own relationship with Kenny Williams. Plus, we'll get Bradley Bigg's take on the Bears. Julius Peppers has been in town and all over town. Can he really get the anonymity that he wants right here in Chicago?
Chicago Tribune Live is brought to you by the Chicago Tribune. Our team has your team covered in print, online, and on your mobile phone.
Thursday, the heat is on as the Bulls welcome Miami to Chicago. Watch what happens when Derrick Rose and the Bulls match up against Dwayne Wade and the Heat. Coverage begins at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Bulls Heat Thursday night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Celebrate Empire's 50th anniversary with our gift to you. Free installation on quality name brand carpet. Shop at home and enjoy the wide selection, great prices, and next day installation Empire is famous for, with no interest for a year. Plus, right now, we'll install your new carpet absolutely free. It's our gift to you. But hurry, free installation won't last long. Call today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
They say competition makes you better. I think they're onto something. Because Mercury has quality that can't be beat by Honda and Toyota. Mercury Milan gets an EPA estimated 34 mpg highway. And Mercury Mariner Hybrid is the most fuel-efficient SUV on the planet. Competition? Hey, we love it.
Come in now for 0% APR financing for 60 months on Mercury Mariner and Mercury Milan.
You've got to put Mercury on your list.
Oh, Houston, buddy, honey. Oh, what did you do?
How can we help you? Stop by or go to harrisbankhelps.com.
Went out and spoke at a school today. Hello to all the kids out at Elm Place School in Highland Park. Spoke there today on Career Day, so thank you very much for having me. Now on to the Blackhawks. The team is set for a huge Western Conference showdown with Phoenix tomorrow night at the UC. Two teams tied for the top seed with 97 points in the West. Hawks have lost 5 of their last 7. But they got some good news today. Joel Quenneville says Brent Seabrook should return to the ice tomorrow evening. With the injuries to Seabrook and Brian Campbell getting a lot of attention nationally, lots of fans wondering if teams are intentionally trying to hurt the Hawks. But Seabrook does not believe that's the case.
I don't know if there's a target on us, not at all. I think it's playoff time. It's crunch time, and everybody wants to win. And you know, you're out there, you know, playing hard. It's a fast game, and you know, sometimes things like that happen. And you know, in Soupy's case, they were both flying, and you know, Soupy was in a bad position too. So you know, it's just one of those things. And you know, I don't think anybody's targeting us, trying to hurt us for the playoffs or anything like that. I think it's just you know, the fact that it's a fast game and a tough game to play, and you know, guys out there want to win.
All right, I taped with Bill Clement the other day, very respected hockey analyst and player and the whole deal. And I asked him that hit versus the Ovechkin hit. And he said they're not even comparable. He thought the Ovechkin hit was reckless. But he said this was the most ridiculous hit he's seen. Your thoughts?
Well, yeah. You know, James Wisniewski went out to hurt Brent Seabrook.
They're friends.
They're very good friends.
Isn't Seabrook going to his wedding?
Was invited to Wisniewski's wedding, and he's unclear if he's going to go right now. But you know, I think heat of the moment. You know, I can't even explain what Wisniewski was doing, and neither can Brent Seabrook. You don't hit a guy without the puck. I mean, you're not expecting to get hit your most vulnerable position, and that to me was way worse than Ovechkin. Was, you know, kind of in the flow of the game, and as you said, reckless for sure. But this is just downright dangerous, and really can end a guy's career, possibly kill him. As Joel Quenneville said, you could kill a guy if he's not looking, and I could see how that could happen. I mean, if his head hits the ice, you know,
that's even worse, even more damage. Absolutely, long time ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think that I think the penalty was of 8 games was appropriate. And, you know, I just don't know what Wisniewski was thinking. And, you know, I know what he was doing was trying to retaliate for a hit earlier in that period that Brent Seabrook had made on Corey Perry. It wasn't quite a bad hit. Seabrook said, why didn't he just come and fight then? You know, get in front of me and say, hey, let's go. But to hit him when he isn't looking like that is just dangerous.
What is Seabrook saying off, you know, just in discussions with you?
I talked to him about it, and he's saying he can't imagine why that happened. He doesn't know where it came from. You know, as a friend, especially coming from a friend of yours.
Has he heard from him since?
He said Wisniewski has tried to contact him, said he left him a phone message, and Brent has not called him back and said he's not ready to talk to him, and he said he's angry.
Wow. Do you think teams are targeting the Blackhawks?
No, I don't. I think Brent said it was. You know, it's a fast game out there. I think it was a coincidence that it happened back to back like that. I don't think they're targeting the Hawks, and I don't know why they would target the Hawks. You know, that just to me doesn't make any sense. I think the Ovechkin thing was just reckless, but it was part of the game. And again, we can't explain the Wisniewski thing, but no, I don't think the teams are going out there trying to injure the Blackhawks.
The perception is that they'll target the Hawks because they're not afraid of retribution. Well, they're not afraid of anybody coming after them. There is perception out there, true or not, Chris, and you can shoot it down, that the Hawks are soft. I hear from people all day who tell me that the Hawks are soft. They're a bunch of wussies who don't stand up for themselves. How absurd is that in your mind?
Well, for one thing, I get those emails as well. You know, the seasons where you have a goon out there who plays 3 or 4 minutes and can't score, but will get you in a fight, those days are gone. I mean, there are very few of those guys left in there. I think the Hawks entered the call last year in the playoffs against Calgary. Calgary came out, threw everything they had on them, and the Hawks stood up physically to them. Now, should somebody have gone after Ovechkin, or should somebody have gone after Wisniewski other than Duncan Keith, and then later on Nick Boynton in his first game went after him? Possibly, you know, but again, that's heat of the moment. You know, you might be worried about your player, your teammate, but certainly I think that, you know, you've got to kind of police yourself out there. So I do think that somebody probably should have gone over immediately, and maybe not Duncan Keith, and kind of gone back and say, hey, you can't do this to our players.
I guess I'm not even asking about a goon as much as if this team is based on Detroit, right? If this team is based on what Detroit did for the last 10, 12 years, if you hit Yzerman, then Chris Draper or somebody would go and hit you. And somebody who's capable and not a goon. And they would hit you hard, and you would... I don't know that people think the Hawks will do that and defend their guys.
Well, Ben Eager went how many games without a hit?
Yeah.
And I heard somebody on the broadcast say, that can't happen. He's on the roster for a reason, and it's not goal scoring.
No, well, you know, he's got some offensive skill, but no, he's on there to provide toughness. And he's a guy who can, and not just necessarily to, as you said, you know, drop the gloves, but to hit people. And yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know where Ben Eager is in his head as far as, you know, if he's hitting enough or not hitting enough, but I don't think he's a guy who's shying away from you know, confronting opponents. I just don't think he felt he had the opportunity there. Again, I haven't played the game. I don't know what it's like to get on the ice and, you know, drop the gloves with somebody and, you know, get punched in the face. But certainly Ben Eager is a guy who you would want to step up in that situation. You know, Adam Burge, even though he's not a big guy, but he certainly has relished that role as far as going out there and kind of policing yourself. And the other thing is, maybe you don't go after James Wisniewski. Maybe now you go after Teemu Selanne or somebody like that. You take out one of our skilled players. We're gonna go after one of your guys.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But I think in the bigger picture here, they've dropped 5 of 7. Yeah. Finally, I think fans have stopped, and media have stopped blaming the goaltending for all of the issues and saying it's the goaltending, it's the goaltending, it's the goaltending, because quite frankly, there have been some games where the entire team hasn't played that well. What do they need to do to kind of get back on track here?
Their mojo back.
Well, they're not playing well defensively. And I'm not just talking about the defense, I'm talking 5-on-5. I'm talking about forwards coming back and back checking. They've gotten away from that. They've gotten away from the puck possession game that they were just dominated early in the season by holding on to the puck and you know, going tape to tape with passes. You know, they're swinging at pucks, they're not stopping, and they're not controlling pucks. So when you look at it, you're absolutely right about the goaltending. I mean, I hear every day, Huey can't take us this far, Niemi can't take us this far. You've got to play well in front of them. If you play well defensively, it doesn't matter who's in goal.
Who starts, if the playoffs started tonight, who's starting in net?
I think it's got to be Niemi. I think that you're giving him his opportunity now. I think Cristobal Huey is still trying to find his game, and there's only 11 games left. You know, there's not that much time to find your game, and you don't want a guy going into the playoffs. You don't want a guy trying to find his game and where am I in my head. So I think Niemi probably gives you the best chance to win right now. It's not to say Huey couldn't do it, but I think it appears that he's starting tomorrow, Niemi's starting tomorrow, that he's going to get his opportunity here down the stretch. And I think if he can maintain and the Hawks can turn around a little bit, he's your guy in the playoffs.
You believe that Huey will be here next year?
I believe that his salary makes him difficult to move. and I don't think I'm a big fan of sending him to the minors. So I think that there's a chance that they might try to get rid of him, kind of free. That helps you in a number of ways if you don't believe he's the #1 goaltender. Also helps you salary cap wise. But a lot of things can happen between now and July. I would think that maybe they try to swing a deal for him.
Last year the Hawks struggled the first 3 weeks of March, then went, what, 9-1-1 going into the playoffs.
Exactly.
Can they do that again? Can they flip that switch?
Yeah, I think you can. I mean, but the thing is, it's a dangerous thing to kind of flip the switch once the playoffs comes, because if you flip it and it's not there, you're gone. You're out.
You're gone. All right, before we take a timeout, Julius Peppers did an interview with Vaughn McClure. He talked about he signed in Chicago because with Urlacher and Pippen and Jordan and all the great athletes that have come through here, he can live in relative obscurity. Yet, he's wearing Yankees hats in the first row at the Bulls game. He's spotted at every hot club and restaurant in town. Do you think he's a little naive that if it doesn't go well next year, ask Jay Cutler about living in obscurity?
Yeah, no, he is naive about it. You know, the fact of the matter is he chose the Chicago Bears because of the contract, you know, not because of being obscure or being in the spotlight. And you're going to be more in the spotlight in Chicago than you are in Charlotte, North Carolina. He won't quite get the Cutler treatment next season, even though his contract is much larger. But he's going to be in focus, absolutely. There's no question about it.
The NFL also is going to vote on Wednesday on changing the overtime rules, but I believe only for the postseason.
Only for the postseason, to give a team like the Minnesota Vikings in the NFC Championship game that the Saints kick a field goal on the opening possession after winning the coin toss.
Game over.
Game over. And under the new system, they'd get an opportunity. If they then kicked a field goal, then it goes to sudden death.
And what if they got a touchdown?
They win.
Okay, so
it doesn't look like that's going to pass right now. There's kind of this is a new movement, a new push.
So if you're betting it won't pass?
I'm betting it won't pass. You need 24 owners to pass this thing. And the people that are really pushing this strong, you know, they're not talking about the playoff game that happened out in Arizona where the Green Bay Packers win the coin toss, Aaron Rodgers fumbles, Carlos Dansby picks it up, scores a touchdown, the Cardinals win on the first possession of overtime.
Correct. All right. When we return, we will talk White Sox baseball and hear from Ozzie Guillen. The team getting a whole lot more attention for Twitter and websites than what's going on with players on the field.
For over 85 years, Grossinger has made one thing their main priority: your satisfaction.
I had a tight budget and not much money to put down. Grossinger was able to put me in a Kia at a payment that was actually below what I wanted to spend.
I can't say enough about Grossinger Kia. The staff was fantastic, they answered all my questions, and I saved a lot of money.
Right now, drive a new 2010 Kia for only $99 a month. Why buy used? Drive new for less, only at Grossinger Kia Lincolnwood.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aqua Velva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aqua Velva, men get it. Wake up your whiskers with Electric Shave. Electric Shave! Stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave.
Man, that was close.
Electric Shave. Blade close, electric smooth.
Hey, want to know what's new on Cupid.com?
Everything.
Cupid.com has expanded, and we've got to tell everybody.
Wow, these are real easy questions. I definitely should find a good match.
Now Cupid.com has an even larger database.
It looks like everything's new.
They even have these blocking options that really work.
There's also a private instant messaging system for endless chats.
All this, and it's still free to join.
You can even chat using your mobile phone.
Looking for love? It all starts with dating. And now, dating is even easier on the new...
It looks like everything's new.
Cupid.com.
Every day I hear about moving stress. You've got to pack your stuff, pack the kids, even pack the dog. But now there's one part that's a whole lot simpler. Call your cable company and ask for the Cable Mover hotline, or call 1-866-596-0426 to get connected in your new home. Then watch HGTV's Design Star Sundays at 10, 9 Central on HGTV.
Welcome back to Chicago Tribune Live. Here's a quick look at what's coming up on GMC Sports Night at 6:30. The Bulls will try to stay alive in the Eastern Conference playoff hunt as they take on the Rockets. We're live on the West Side with a preview. And it's been 5 days now, but Brent Seabrook still very upset with James Wisniewski for the hit his former teammate laid on him out in Anaheim. Plus, Ozzie Guillen gives what is hopefully the final word on Twittergate. Chuck Arfine joins me for Sports Night in just a few minutes, but now we send it back over to Cap. All right, Ski, have a really good show. In our CSN Chicago.com poll question today, we asked you, now that your bracket is busted, are you still interested in the NCAA tournament? And there's the result. 63% say, yes, I'm still interested. It's the best sporting event of the year. Thank you for letting us know what you think. Moving on to the White Sox. Drama continued off the field over the weekend. On Friday, Ozzie's middle son, Oni, resigned from his position in the team's scouting department with a clash with Kenny Williams front and center over Oni's Twitter account and messages he sent out critical of the organization. Ozzie refused to talk to the media on Friday after the Cubs-Sox game, but talked before the Sox game on Saturday about the situation, and he thinks he has to get along with Kenny Williams for his baseball team to succeed.
I got to be friendly with my 25 players. Kenny's my boss, is always going to be, and I respect that. I don't think Cashman and Joe Torres get along that well, and they win 6 championships.
If Oni tweets something negative about the team, somewhere down the line, which he has every right to, would that put you in a tough situation?
Nope. No. That's a lot of people tweet bad about this ball club, a lot. My kids, it's just, you cannot tweet talk about bad about the team what you can pay for this organization. Right. And he was getting paid from the White Sox. Now he's not getting paid for the White Sox. He can call Jerry anything. Well, the long night Jerry is fine. I mean, the soon night Jerry, it's 3 different could have come out. But he can't say anything about the team. That's his problem. And another thing, you know, it's my son, and he will be in the clubhouse every time he wants. The day they told me my kid's not be in the club, I resign.
Wow. Wow.
So
Unbelievable.
Weird dynamic going on there.
They better not start 12 under 500 because the fans will turn on a guy that they have supported to the nth degree no matter what outrageous thing he says. I love him as a manager. I really do. I think he's 100% wrong on this.
I appreciate him as a father backing his kids. I'm all for that. But in this situation, get them out of here. Get them out of the spotlight. Tell them I don't care. Don't tweet. Don't Twitter. Don't go on the radio. No offense, but just get out of the situation. We're going to concentrate on getting this ball club going. And as you said, say they do start horrendously, and somebody does tweet something, and and I do think that Ozzie and Kenny do need to get along to some extent. I mean, it's I don't think you can go this entire season with those guys not getting along. I just think you got to get those kids quiet, and especially if you're working with a ball club. Again, you can't say anything negative about them.
It's a self-created distraction for them. And originally, when this whole thing started brewing with Twitter and the website 2 weeks ago or so, it looked like it might be this cute script for the reality show that they're going to put on. And unfortunately, this isn't scripted now, and they've got what could be the beginnings of the end here for Ozzie unless they get this under control.
I don't think it was ever scripted, and I think it was always important, believe it or not, because there's been a healthy dissonance between Ozzie and Kenny, a thing where they stand up to each other and they argue a little bit, but it leads to a good synthesis of thought, But there's a timestamp on how long that's going to work, isn't there? I mean, Kenny's going to outlast Ozzie. Unless Kenny decides to walk away and hand the keys to Rick Hahn for some reason, Kenny's going to outlast him. So it's just a matter of when. We can talk about Cashman and Torrey all he wants, and yeah, they won 6 bleeping championships, but Cashman outlasted Torrey, and finally he failed just enough, and that's a degree of failure to anger the Steinbrenners and anger Cashman. It feels like Ozzie and Kenny is pushing toward maximum density, and all this social media stuff has been part and parcel of it.
Yeah, and the kids, who wants the kids at work with them? Okay, get the kids.
Ozzie does. He keeps putting himself.
Make them grow up. Well, make them go out and do something.
Well, here he got a job at age 24. you would think, well, I got a chance to start my career.
Right.
And you're going to shut your mouth and show up every day and do as best you
Look at
can
his example,
to
though.
build a
His
career.
father never shut his mouth about anything.
That's exactly
so
right.
that's what he's going to do.
And these kids have a sense of
big
entitlement.
difference. Exactly. His dad played in the big leagues. He won a World Series as a manager. Oni's done nothing.
But Ozzy's as much to blame for that as anybody. If you read some of the Ozzy quotes, he talks about Oni and says, Oni knows more baseball than most people in the organization, or something to that effect. Kid's 24. He never played. He never went to school for anything. Ozzy put himself in a bad, conflicted situation.
I would walk into the house and go, sit down. This is what I do for a livelihood. You are going to keep your mouth shut, and Twitter is shutting down tonight.
Unfortunately, none of the people involved here, Ozzy or his kids, have applied any common sense whatsoever to the situation. If Oni had a different last name and he's 24, you know what? We wouldn't even hear about him. Okay? He would have been fired. He would have been gone.
Well, that's right. How many people in corporate America get fired for tweeting or Facebooking something negative about their boss?
Exactly. You can't do it. You got to be smarter than that, and it's unfortunate.
All right, that's all the time we have for today's edition of Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Harris Bank. Thank you to our guests, Biggsy, Chris, Matt. You guys have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow.
Chicago Tribune Live is presented to you by Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Money market accounts saved my portfolio.
How can we help you? Stop by or go to harrisbankhelps.com.
Weeknights from 7 to 9, it's Sports Central with David Kaplan on WGN Radio. Get the hottest topics in sports and the biggest names. It's Chicago Radio's #1 rated sports talk show. Sports Central with David Kaplan on Chicago's WGN Radio 720.
The thing I'm most looking forward to is playing at Wrigley Field. When you step on the field, you kind of feel all of the history, all of the tradition, and then the fans, you have 40,000 on their feet going crazy every day. There's no better place to play than Wrigley, and I'm looking forward to going out there and trying to win a championship.
Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning is America's largest Lennox dealer. They've got the lowest prices on furnaces, guaranteed. Check out a Lennox high-efficiency furnace for $17.95 or a Lennox high-efficiency furnace and air conditioner for just $34.95. Don't be fooled by other dealers offering rebates and discounts. Nobody in Chicagoland beats our Lennox selection. Four Seasons Heating has the lowest prices, guaranteed. Call 1-866-4SEASONS. That's 1-866-4SEASONS. A quality company you can trust. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise, every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Haven't ordered dinner yet? Then try Giordano's, Chicago's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Toews, and you're watching the home of Chicago Blackhawks hockey, Comcast Sportsnet.
Gate continues, but this time it's Guillen versus Guillen.
What else you got? What else you got?
Plus Milton Bradley at it again.
This was a hit with bad intention.
It's a friendship in flux.
He says he's sorry, but, you know, I'm going to take my time.
We'll examine the Blackhawks being headhunted. Yes, he's back.
We need to add on to that win streak.
We're live at the UC to preview the Bulls and Rockets. We're the best around.
At the buzzer, got it!
We're Sports Night.
Are you kidding me?
This is GMC Sports Night, live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to GMC Sports Night here with Mark Shanowski. I'm Chuck Garfein. All right, we've got Guillen mad at Guillen, Seabrook mad at Wisniewski,
And Milton Bradley's still mad at the entire world.
Yeah, what else is new? But we start out with the Bulls. They're not mad at anyone, but they're running out of time in their bid to get back to the playoffs. Only 13 games left on the regular season schedule for Vinny and the Bulls. If my math is accurate, they probably have to win 8 or 9 to beat out Toronto for that final playoff spot in the East. A great opportunity to gain some ground this week. 3 home games coming up starting tonight against the Houston Rockets. And the United Center is where we'll find our Luke Stuckmeyer. He has your press pass into tonight's game. Luke, the Bulls are getting healthier, but the players believe they have enough time to get back to the postseason.
Well, Mark, that is the key, though. At least the Bulls have some players to put on the floor for these games, the next 3 here at home. If you're looking for a difference between the 10-game losing streak and the win on Saturday night, how about the 2 best players just able to get on the floor? Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah both played in the game. Rose had some treatment tonight, says he's fine, no limitations for him tonight, and Noah will play, but again, he'll be limited to maybe 10 or so minutes, but those 10 minutes were really active on Saturday. Vinny's just happy to have these guys back, and so are the Bulls.
Just trying to bring energy. You know, that's the only real approach that I come into the game. I just want to go, you know, give everything I got. In those 10 minutes, I try to be as tired as possible.
It's great having him back. He brings up the energy, just make sure everything's out there positive, always getting rebounds, being active out there. So that's why we need him out there to play.
The Bulls are hoping to get hot down the stretch and get back into the playoffs here. Right now on the outside looking in. As you mentioned, 13 games left in the season. Our Stacey King told me a few minutes ago he thinks it's going to take 10 wins to get into the playoffs in those next 13. Meanwhile, Vinny says he won't be scoreboard watching.
On the air.
I'm focusing on what we can control. You know, we take care of our business. We'll continually have opportunities, and we got to focus in on that. There's still a lot of basketball, but there's not that much. You know, so we have to, you know, win the games we're supposed to, and try to steal some games along the way, and see how everyone else fares. Not just Toronto, but there's a few teams.
And of course, Luol Deng won't be playing in this game or anytime soon. He could be out for the rest of the season. But the Bulls just happy to have Rose and Noah back. So many guys have been hurt, it's hard to keep track of, but at least they have some of the key pieces here as they get ready for the stretch run. They beat Houston back in January. They'll try and do it tonight and get them, maybe propel them for the next 3 or 4 games here as they get a couple of home games and try and get hot at the right time. Live at the United Center, Luke Stuckmeyer will send it back to you, Mark.
All right, Luke, thanks a lot. And tell Stacey, never contradict me. When I say 8 or 9, that's going to be good enough, all right?
As soon as you said 8, I thought, uh-oh, Stacey's not going to be happy. I'll separate you two, don't worry.
All right, Luke, we'll talk to you during the 10 o'clock edition of Sports Night. Hey, don't forget the Bulls beat the Rockets 104-97 back on January 23rd. That game was played in Houston. It was part of that impressive 5-game road winning streak. That first meeting was also the first game that Joakim Noah missed because of the left foot injury. Brad Miller, though, stepped in admirably. He poured in 25 points. Hopefully, another good game for Big Brad tonight.
Have you ever been invited to somebody's wedding and then later that person went up to you and smashed you into a wall without warning?
No, that hasn't happened to me.
I hate when it happens to me. That's the kind of situation Brent Seabrook is dealing with right now with regards to his former teammate James Wisniewski, who delivered that vicious hit on Siebes last Wednesday in Anaheim. Brent might be back physically, but as David Kaplan reports, he's still not completely healed.
Brent Seabrook is expected to return to action Tuesday night after he missed the past 2 games after taking a hard hit from Anaheim's James Wisniewski last Wednesday. Seabrook may be over the physical part of the hit, but the emotional pain remains.
I think anytime, you know, something like that happens, I think that, you know, it's tough to handle regardless, but, you know, coming from a friend, coming from a guy, you know, pretty good and whatnot, that's got to be one of the most difficult things to get over. I have heard from him. Yeah, he's tried to get in touch. I haven't talked to him. It's going to take some time, and you know, he says he's sorry, but, you know, I'm going to take my time, and when I'm ready to talk and you know, hash it out, then maybe we'll do that.
Seabrook's return should give the Hawks D a much-needed boost. His injury, plus those to fellow defenseman Brian Campbell and Kim Janssen, have tested the depth at that position. and defense was a point of emphasis at practice on Monday.
And we feel offense is always going to be in place, and I think it cost us some points recently, and none clearer than our last game against Phoenix.
We got some adjustments that are going on right now, and we're trying to do the best we can, but at the same time we got to communicate and we got to figure out what's going on back there.
Centering pass deflected off Kane. Here's a coin. Adrian Coin has tied the game for Phoenix.
The Hawks' recent struggles continued Saturday night in the desert as they blew a 2-goal third-period lead and lost to the Coyotes in a shootout.
We just don't get to a full 60 minutes. I think we play the way we want to play, and when we're playing, I think we're really in control of the game, and then we have these mental lapses that a Pee-wee player could really take care of.
Tuesday night's game will be a battle of the best in the West. The Coyotes are on a 9-game win streak that has them tied with the Hawks atop the Western Conference standings with 97 points.
Now it's the biggest game of the year, and it's pretty amazing where we were looking at them a couple weeks ago. They went on an amazing run. They've got things going for them, and as we saw the other day.
We let them off the leash last game. I mean, they're a team that comes at you for full 60, and like everyone was saying before, you never really looked out where they were in the standings, and now, boom, they're in first place, and they're right there with us.
I'm David Kaplan, Comcast Sportsnet.
Well, tomorrow will be the 4th game between the Hawks and Coyotes this season. The last 2 times have gone to a shootout, and both times Phoenix came out victorious. The Hawks could do better on the power play. They're just 1 for 14 in these 3 games. Considering what could be at stake here, we're talking #1 seed. The UC should be rocking tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we've got it for you. The Hawks and Coyotes right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Chris Bowden and Steve Conroy get you started at 7 p.m. with Blackhawks pregame live. Pat Foley, Eddie Olczyk have the call at 7:30.
And still ahead here on Sports Night, Ozzy tries to put an end to the controversy surrounding his son Oni's criticism of the Sox via Twitter. Back on the field, Jeff Samardzija making a bid for a spot in the Cubs starting rotation. He gets the call this afternoon against the Tribe. And if you think a pair of ejections in spring training will change the way Milton Bradley operates, well then, you just don't know Milton Bradley.
GMC's Truck Month is here. Make each day count. With a truck that offers you over 400 horsepower, almost 1,900 pounds of payload, and up to 10,700 pounds of towing.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on the 2010 GMC Sierra, or choose $4,000 total cash back on GMC Sierra. Find your dealer at gmcdrive.com.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
5 trucks, 10 days, hundreds of patio sets, only at The Great Escape, and only for 10 days. We've purchased 5 truckloads of bulk inventory for this blowout event. Patio sets, lounge chairs, fire pits, umbrellas, and cushions. 10-piece, 5-piece, even 3-piece bistro sets from only $199. Save on all new 2010 patio collections on sale. Plus, get factory cash back or 0% financing for up to 36 months. Only at The Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape.
Welcome back. Our GMC professional grade player is Purdue's Chris Kramer. His drive and layup yesterday in the final seconds of overtime gave Purdue that 63-61 win over Texas A&M. The Boilermakers are headed to the Sweet 16, where they will take on Duke on Friday night. And we continue our spring training coverage of both the Sox and Cubs from down in Arizona. And not that Twitter needs any more publicity, but at this rate, the company should consider putting the entire Guillen family permanently on its payroll. The latest, after resigning from the Sox on Friday following his critical tweets, Oni was told by his dad, Ozzy, not to talk about it anymore. So today, what did Oni do? He went on the radio here in Chicago to talk specifically about all of this, and even threw Sox assistant GM Rick Hahn under the bus.
I'm sure Rick Hahn will say that he had nothing to do with anything, because he's always involved, but when you ask him, I guess he doesn't. He just goes behind people's back and says whatever.
Nice. Okay, I'm guessing Oni has yet to meet anyone from a human resources department in his life, maybe in his next job. So today, word of Oni's radio appearance traveled fast to Arizona, where Ozzy, what's this guy's name? Ozzy was asked about it, and Ozzy admitted he was disappointed by his son's remarks.
He hurt my feelings a little bit, you know, because I told him, don't, that's enough, don't talk anything more. And all of a sudden this morning was talking. That means when your father says something, don't do it, all of a sudden you do it. I mean, you not respect what I'm saying. I'll be the last person to tell people what to say. But in the meanwhile, he put some people in the spot. I know for a fact it will be the last time we will talk about this, because I still have a little power in my kids. But in the meanwhile, he said what he had to say.
Ozzy, do you promise this will be the last time we talk about this?
No.
Ozzy and the Sox taking on the Royals today. Jake Peavy, he does not make a big deal out of spring results, and that's probably a good thing. Bottom of the first, David DeJesus. That's a home run to right. Royals get on top, 1-0. But wait, there's more. Top of the second, this is Alex Rios with a base hit. That scores Paul Konerko. We're tied at 1. So bottom of the second inning, things really start to unravel for Peavy. He's facing Wilson Bedeman. Remember Wilson?
Yeah, all former Sox go to the Royals.
Exactly. Bedeman a double. That scores Mike Aviles. And then Mitch Meyer doubles to right. Bedeman scores. And then later, Jason Kendall. That's an RBI double. Third RBI double of the inning. Peavy might have been holding back his best stuff on purpose since the Royals are a division rival. That might be the case. He gave up 7 runs on 10 hits in just 3 innings. Bobby Jenks, but he needed to cock back and throw, and he did just that, throwing a perfect inning. Striking out Kendall here. The calf looks good for Bobby. The score does. He's all pumped. That's funny. The Sox lose 9-5. Well, Peavy did get 4 strikeouts. Didn't walk anybody. 2 hits for Paul Konerko. Rios went 2 for 4. He raised his spring batting average to .333. Juan Pierre stole his 3rd base. The Sox host the Giants in Glendale tomorrow.
We are heading into the final stages of that spring training battle for the last 2 spots in the Cubs starting pitching rotation. Veterans Tom Gorzolani and Carlos Silva figured to have the upper hand because they're better suited for starting than relieving. But Sean Marshall and Jeff Samardzija still have time to change the coaches' minds if they pitch well this week. Let's check out the Cubs and Indians down in Mesa. Samardzija coming off a rather rocky outing against the Brewers. Top of the second, 2 on, nobody out. Jose Constanza, not George Costanza, grounds to short for the force out, but Bobby Scales throw way too high. Run scores on the air, 1-0 Tribe. Top of the third, Johnny Peralta drives in over Ryan Terrio's head. That brings a run home, 2-0 Tribe. 2 earned runs over 4 innings for Samardzija. Fausto Carmona on the hill for Cleveland, and he had it going. Strikes out Giovanni Soto looking in the 5th. No runs allowed over 6 innings for Carmona, trying to have a bounce-back year. Top of the 8th, Justin Berg trying to win a spot in the bullpen for the Cubs. That's not going to help. Donnie Webb, a triple, driving in 2 runs. The Indians beat the Cubs 9-2. Samardzija's line, not bad, not great. He's probably ticketed for the bullpen. Lou says he wants to get a look at Xavier Nady in the outfield this week. Didn't like what he saw at the plate. 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. Meanwhile, last year's Cubs free agent bust, Milton Bradley, is at it again, running his mouth. He's already been tossed out of 2 spring training games playing for the Seattle Mariners. Doesn't sound like Bradley is going to change his behavior for anyone. Bradley said, quote, "The way I look at it, these were 2 minor league umpires. I'm not going to see them again during the season. I don't know why they did what they did, but let's move on. I don't want to get into it because then it would become a negative story. If anything is said about that, it's going to be a story because I said it."
Yes.
I mean, I'm not changing.
No.
I've gotten this far being me.
Yes.
It's been 31 years, and nothing changes about me ever.
That's correct.
We definitely agree with that last part of the statement.
Well, it's celebration time for a pair of local schools, and who capped off the high school basketball season with incredible state titles. And losing 10 straight games can really get a team down. But what about the Bulls? Do they have the mental toughness to weather that storm? More from the United Center after this.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. The few, the proud, the Marines.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
You better run to Men's Warehouse. Suits are on sale, including designer brands and big and tall. Buy one and get a second suit for just $100. You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee it.
Somewhere in a Florida gym, AJ is doing squats. Mark Burley is studying tape in Missouri. Down in Venezuela, Ozzie is on a conference call with Kenny. And in Alabama, Jake Peavy is running stairs. 25 different men, 25 different locations, one destination.
Celebrate Empire's 50th anniversary with our gift to you. Free installation on quality name brand carpet. Shop at home and enjoy the wide selection, great prices, and next day installation Empire is famous for, with no interest for a year. Plus, right now, we'll install your new carpet absolutely free. It's our gift to you. But hurry, free installation won't last long. Call today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, lease Sentra, $149 a month. Hurry, event ends March 31st. Get to Nissan now.
For Soriano, got a grand slam!
What a weekend for Chicago area boys basketball teams. Hillcrest won the Class 3A state title Saturday afternoon, beating Peoria Richwoods. The Hawks have consistently been among the best teams in the Chicago area. But get this was the first time they were able to bring home that big shining trophy.
It's real big. It was a lot of stars go through Hillcrest to almost get down there. Barely got down there, but we was the ones to break the little chain or whatever to make the trophy, bring the trophy home and cut down the nets.
These kids have worked really hard in the off season, and a lot of people thought that we couldn't do it, but it's a lot of things that people think that the kids at Hillcrest can't do, but these kids here can do anything that anyone wants them to do.
And then on Saturday night, Simeon added to its rich basketball history with a victory over Whitney Young in the Class 4A title game. The Wolverines lost 9 times during the regular season, but they got hot at the right time, riding a balanced attack to another state crown.
First time I ever did it without having a superstar, and before everybody said we were supposed to do it because we had Derrick Rose. But this year we just had a group of young men, came in every day, put it together.
I didn't ever think everybody would just shoot us down, We had a little technical difficulties as far as a team, but we all got it together, and everything, it just came together. We got that cohesiveness, and we went forward.
Real special. That was all about faith, and that's what we did. The whole team kept faith in everybody, and that's what we see where we at now. We did it.
They sure did it. The Wolverines won a pair of state titles when Derrick Rose was running the show. And Derrick visited the school last week to try to provide a little inspiration. Now, he couldn't be in Peoria because of the Bulls' schedule, playing back-to-back games, but Derrick was with Simeon in spirit.
It's a lot of pressure going there, to tell you the truth, after we left. You just want to continue to put pressure on the next generation. It's going to be hard going there to play. And now we're one of the best teams in the state. Hopefully we keep on winning them and good players keep coming to our school.
Meanwhile, some bad news for Derrick involving his former college team. Memphis lost an appeal with the NCAA Infractions Committee over its use of an ineligible player believed to be Derrick Rose during the Tigers' run to the 08 national title game. As a result, Memphis will have to vacate its school record 38 victories.
One day after their thrilling win at the buzzer over Maryland, Michigan State is celebrating a victory while dealing with the loss of their best player. Head coach Tom Izzo said Monday there's a 90% chance that Kalen Lucas tore his Achilles tendon. This season very likely over. Lucas hurt late in the first half, landing awkwardly after a shot, and he did not return. Izzo said that even if Lucas suffered just a sprain on the play, he still wouldn't be ready to play Friday against Northern Iowa. Lucas, the 2009 Big Ten Player of the Year, leads the Spartans in scoring, assists, and minutes. Ohio State's Evan Turner has been awarded the Oscar Robertson Trophy, an award given to the National Player of the Year. The Chicago native becomes the first Buckeye to win the award since Jerry Lucas won 2 of them in 1961 and 1962. He led Ohio State to the Big Ten regular season title and tournament title. Did Turner. The Buckeyes face Tennessee on Friday.
Back to the Bulls now. No one is happier about Joakim Noah being back on the basketball court than Joakim Noah. The third-year pro suffered from the bench watching his teammates lose 10 games in a row, knowing that he very well could have made a difference in the outcome. But now Joakim's injured left foot is finally responding to treatment. He's hoping the Bulls' positive attitude during the losing streak will lead to a strong closing run.
When you lose 10 in a row, you know, the morale of the team usually goes down, and there's kind of like this this give-up attitude, but I don't think we've had that at all. You know, I think that, you know, we've played hard every night. You know, it's just important for everybody to stay on edge and be ready, because who knows what can happen.
This Friday at 10:30, tune in to the season finale of High School Lights presented by Farmers Insurance. We'll have our images of the year, a special look back at the best moments from the football and basketball seasons. That is High School Lights this Friday at 10:30.
They say competition makes you better. I think they're onto something. Because Mercury has quality that can't be beat by Honda and Toyota. Mercury Milan gets an EPA estimated 34 mpg highway. And Mercury Mariner Hybrid is the most fuel-efficient SUV on the planet. Competition? Hey, we love it.
Come in now for 0% APR financing for 60 months on Mercury Mariner and Mercury Milan.
You've got to put Mercury on your list.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private, catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Keep kids entertained and active with a Playstar Play Center from Menards. The All-Star XP Bronze model has 7 activities for $398. The Champion XP Bronze model has a 12-square-foot play deck and 11 activities for $589. Contain your dog and keep your view within a tech. Just dig a trench and bury the wire. This kit with battery-operated collar is $79 after rebate. A kit with rechargeable collar is only $149 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
You just don't belong in my world, Bella.
I belong with you.
Have you ever had a secret you couldn't tell anyone?
You've killed people, Jake.
We only kill what we're trying to protect you from. Vampires.
Stop! Oh, please! Jake, no!
The Twilight Saga. New Moon. Get it on demand.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aqua Velva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aqua Velva, men get it. Wake up your whiskers with Electric Shave.
Electric Shave!
Stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave.
Man, that was close.
Electric Shave. Blade close, electric smooth.
Sports Rise every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Bounces right back in for Brian Campbell. Whoa. Nasty hit by Alexander Ovechkin. Oh, big hit. Wisniewski Wisniewski had one thing on his mind, and take a run at Seabrook, and he did.
So we all know the Blackhawks have taken some brutal hits over the past few games, losing star defenseman Brian Campbell and Brent Seabrook in the process. Seabrook could be back tomorrow night. So our team's trying to throw the first-place Hawks off their game with overly physical play.
I don't think anybody's targeting us, trying to hurt us for the playoffs or anything like that. I think it's just, you know, the fact that it's a fast game and a tough game to play, and you know, guys out there want to win.
Teams are trying to, you know, vie for a playoff spot and move up in the standings, and you know, whether we like it or not, some teams are in playoff mode already, and we got to get ours in gear right now.
One last note from Major League Soccer. The Fire have released goalkeeper John Bush. He played every minute of every game last season and the season before. That's Mark. I'm Chuck. We'll see you back at 10.
So long, everybody.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
GMC's Truck Month is here. Make each day count. With a truck that offers you over 400 horsepower, almost 1,900 pounds of payload, and up to 10,700 pounds of towing.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on the 2010 GMC Sierra, or choose $4,000 total cash back on GMC Sierra. Find your dealer at gmcdrive.com.
Somewhere in a Florida gym, AJ is doing squats. Mark Burley is studying tape in Missouri. Down in Venezuela, Ozzy is on a conference call with Kenny. And in Alabama, Jake Peavy is running stairs. 25 different men, 25 different locations, one destination.
I faced one of the toughest challenges of my life right here. I couldn't swim, but I can still hear my drill instructor today. Don't quit. So I jumped in, apprehensive and scared out of my mind, but I came up a Marine.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
I own the world's #1 search engine.
I own the leading alternative energy company.
I own my wireless company, not the other way around.
It's your future. Get your share at ShareBuilder, where people are building the future they want by buying stock in the companies they want to own. With no account minimum required, it's easy to get started at ShareBuilder.com. So get on the road to happiness with ShareBuilder. It's your future. Get your share.
My goal? To lead by example.
Chicago Blackhawks. One goal. For tickets, go to ChicagoBlackhawks.com.
Our goal is to light the lamp.
Chicago Blackhawks. One goal. For tickets, go to ChicagoBlackhawks.com.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
Park in Mesa, Arizona. A picture-perfect afternoon for Cubs spring training baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. We're 2 weeks away from the season opener in Atlanta as the Cubs host the Cleveland Indians in Cactus League action. Beautiful day for baseball. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. I think Lou Piniella by the end of this week would like to have his starting rotation set. 4 guys for 2 spots, including Jeff Samardzija, who will go today.
And Jeff Samardzija, we've talked many times about it over the last couple seasons, looking for that third pitch to go along with his sinking fastball and his split finger. We all assumed it was going to be a slider. It may turn out to be a straight changeup, a pitch he had great success with down at the minor league camp a few days ago.
The Cubs offense this spring has been led by the leadoff man, Ryan Theriot. If he just puts up these numbers in the regular season, he might win a batting title.
Yeah, you might make an all-star team and win a batting title. The Riot has been on fire down here in Mesa. Really has a great approach at the plate this year. Got a little power happy last year, got a little lift swing and hit a lot of fly balls. This year, more line drives, more ground balls, and mixing in his walks, which is what you love to see from a leadoff hitter.
Right-hander Fausto Carmona, who's struggled the last couple of years, will go for the Indians today. They've pitched well this spring training, but they're in a rebuilding mode, and they're going to be without former Cub Kerry Wood, their closer, for up to 2 months with a lat strain. So coming up, the Cubs have some big thump in their lineup as Derek Lee, who has 3 homers this spring, Alfonso Soriano, both in the Cubs lineup as they take on the Indians from Mesa.
I own the world's #1 search engine.
I own the leading alternative energy company.
I own my wireless company, not the other way around.
It's your future. Get your share at ShareBuilder, where people are building the future they want by buying stock in the companies they want to own. With no account minimum required, it's easy to get started at ShareBuilder.com. So get on the road to happiness with ShareBuilder. It's your future. Get your share.
Schaumburg Honda Automobiles has all the right numbers. Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer. More than 1,500 Hondas available.
0 APR. Right now, get 0 APR on remaining 09 Accords, Civics, and more.
Bob Rohrman. Nobody beats Bob. Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road, Schaumburg.
Register now for the Hy-Vee Triathlon at HyVeeTriathlon.com. Register as an individual or as a team. But hurry, slots are filling up fast. The Hy-Vee Triathlon, June 12th and 13th in West Des Moines.
If you have Mediacom digital cable, your wish is already on demand. It's only available on cable, not on a dish. And the best news, most programs are free. Select a program to watch whenever it's convenient for you. Just hit the on-demand or menu button on your Mediacom remote, or simply go to Channel 1. Follow the simple instruction guide to access the category you want. Mediacom digital cable. It's the only way to get it.
You want to get your name out there to the people that are looking for you, and you want them to make it easy for them to find you. Our business has increased probably 30% because of the name recognition and the advertisement through on media. It gets your name out there for a reasonable price, and it's able to reach a lot of people.
Hi, I'm Shawnee Tabor. If you're looking for solutions in today's new economy, call me for a professional marketing review of your business.
Prize on the part of the opponent today, the Cleveland Indians. As you mentioned in the open of the show, very much a rebuilding season for Manny Acta and the Cleveland Indians, but they've been playing some good ball, getting some very good pitching down here in the Cactus League, which anytime you can pitch in the Cactus League, you've got a chance to win some games.
So the Giants are in first in the Cactus League. I couldn't tell you who won the league last year, but the Indians 11-5-2, and the Cubs come in at 11-7-1. And both teams have pitched well lately, and that usually carries a little more weight just because it's such an offensive state here in March. Well, Jeff Samardzija will face this Indians starting lineup. Anderson Hernandez starts at short. The former Cub Mark Grudzielanek trying to make this team. He is the DH. Matt Laporta is at first. Johnny Peralta, the third baseman. Austin Kearns with 2 homers yesterday. Mike Redmond, the backup catcher. He was with Joe Mauer last year in Minnesota. Jose Constanza's in the center. Chris Jimenez in right. And Brian Bixler at second.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively today. Behind Jeff Samardzija, Soriano in left, Bird in center, Fukudome over in right field. Jeff Baker getting the nod at third base. Aramis Ramirez still recovering from that sore right triceps muscle. The red-hot Ryan Theriot at shortstop. Bobby Scales will be at second base, flanked by Derek Lee over at first base. Giovanni Soto behind the plate today for right-hander Jeff Samardzija. Get a look at his numbers on the spring. Not included in those numbers is an outing he had over at Fitch Park against the minor leaguers. When I mentioned he had a tremendous straight changeup working, a pitch that he's going to try to incorporate here against the Indians today. He said he had great success throwing it in fastball counts, 1-0, 2-1, 3-1. And that's quite honestly what Jeff has been looking for, some kind of a pitch to throw in obvious fastball counts and still get hitters out.
Tim McClellan will call the balls and strikes, and it's a veteran staff working on the bases as well. Outside on a fastball to Anderson Hernandez, and we're underway. Hernandez recently acquired on waivers from the Mets and spent part of last year playing for manager Manny Acta with the Washington Nationals. Samardzija is 25 years old. The Notre Dame product, a 5th-round pick in 2006. A fly ball out into medium left, right at Alfonso Soriano, and that's the first out.
Well, Lenny, look at Jeff Samardzija's numbers with the big league club last year. He pitched in 20 ball games, 34 2/3 innings pitched. He did give up 46 base hits. Now, if you ask scouts around the league, you know, should Samardzija be giving up that many hits in that few of innings, they would all say no. But I think the problem was he fell behind a lot of counts, and he didn't have that pitch that he was confident to throw in those fastball counts. Occasionally, you're going to have to challenge in a fastball count, but if he can throw that straight changeup or his splitter or his slider, I think he's going to cut that hits total way down this year.
Mark Grudzielanek takes a breaking ball low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on the former Cub, who did not play in the majors last season, spent a brief time in the Twins minor league system. As he bounces it foul, a professional hitter, a middle infielder, and one of the longest names in pro sports history. We got a look at Mark as we were ready to record the open from across the way. I couldn't quite make out Grudzielanek, but I saw that the name was going from one side of the jersey to the other, and I said, that's probably Mark.
That's a good guess. Yeah. You said a professional hitter. He's just a professional ball player. Doesn't have the range that he once had at second base, but he makes up for it by tremendous positioning, knowing what his pitcher is likely to do against an opposing hitter, and he puts himself in the right defensive position.
Good off speed from Samardzija. 2 up, 2 down.
Boy, for any pitcher, Len, I don't care if it's spring training or Game 7 of the World Series, it helps to get off to a good start. Throw some strikes, get ahead of hitters, let your defense work behind you. The strikeout of Grudzielanek, just get your feet wet out there in that first inning, get your confidence level up there, and hopefully it'll carry through to a good outing.
Matt Laporta playing first base. Russell Branyan was signed to play first base, but he's been dealing with some back issues as we see the strikeout pitch. That looked like a pretty good split.
Yeah, hopefully the first of many Jimmy John's deliveries today. Real good. Appeared to be a split finger fastball on the outside corner. Got the swinging strike.
High fly ball. That's very deep out in right center. And Marlon Byrd with the sliding attempt cannot come up with it, as Laporta has a 2-out double. That ball was in the air for a long time and gave Marlon a chance to get close to it, but he just couldn't pull it in.
And one thing we've noticed from Marlon Byrd this spring here in Mesa, as well as around the Cactus League, and this comes from his experience playing with the Texas Rangers down here in the Valley of the Sun. He does a real good job of keeping the ball out of the sun. Unfortunately, the location of that baseball carried him right into the sun. Had to really battle it at the last moment. Couldn't come up with it.
A runner in scoring position for the third baseman Johnny Peralta, who came up as a shortstop and actually replaced Omar Vizquel at short, but last year made the switch over to third base. Putting together a nice spring at .321.
It's been rumored for years that Peralta was going to make that move from the shortstop position over to third, but until recently they didn't have another good option to play shortstop.
Nice block by Giovanni Soto. Third official Cactus League appearance for Samardzija and his second start. Hopes to go 4 innings today. Called strike 2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Couple of Ks for Samardzija as the Cubs are coming up in a scoreless game.
For the first time ever, get your Bulls fix online with CSNChicago.com's exclusive live game streaming brought to you by Samsung Mobile. We're bringing Bulls games right to your computer for free for the rest of the season, so you don't have to miss a minute of the action. From tip-off to the final buzzer, you can see it all on your computer with CSNChicago.com. Plus, chat live through the game with Agray Sam and our team of Bulls insiders for the rest of the season. Catch Bulls games and much more online for free, courtesy of Samsung Mobile, only at CSNChicago.com.
I was working in the automotive industry back in Detroit, and I was laid off from my position, and my outlook was not looking very good. I had no formal college education. I didn't have that first step that you need in order to be successful in this country in regards to a career field choice. I had to make a positive change, and that negative became a positive. I chose ITT Technical Institute because they could get me the training that I needed and help me get working in the career field that I wanted to join. I think my wife and children are very proud of the fact that I went back to school at 40 and was able to be successful. 2 years ago when I was laid off, you know, there's a lot of fear. What am I going to do to provide for my family? And I don't worry about that anymore. I don't.
We are educators helping people build a foundation for the rest of their lives. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future. Call 1-800-942-0088 or visit us on the web.
Indians with a hit but no runs in their half of the first. Hear how the Cubs line up. Brought to you by Southwest. Terrio, Fukudome, and Lee at the top. That's how they'll go on opening day. Mady, Bird, and Soriano in the middle. Baker, Soto, and Scales at the bottom. National League Park, but both teams using the DH.
So the Indians will take the field defensively. Kearns, Constanza, and Jimenez in the outfield. Peralta, Hernandez, Bixler, and Laporta across the infield. Veteran Mike Redmond doing the catching today for right-hander Fausto Carmona.
And he deals a strike to the red-hot Ryan Terrio. If Ryan, for instance, goes 2 for 4 in the game today, his average will go down.
That's a nice problem to have.
Yes, it is. Carmona, in just 7 innings, has been very good here in spring training. He is slated to be their #2 starter behind Jake Westbrook. If you add up Carmona and Westbrook over the last 2 years combined, 51 starts combined, just 5 from Westbrook. And for Carmona, it's been a major struggle after a career year in 2007. Ground ball, big hop to Hernandez, who throws on to first for the out.
Yeah, you mentioned that great year in 07 for Carmona. 19-game winner against only 8 losses, an ERA just barely over 3, but it's been a tough go for him since then.
Dealt with a hip problem in 2008. Last year was basically healthy, and that sometimes, Bob, is a worse problem to have because there wasn't an excuse for a 6.32 ERA. The 1-0 to Fukudome. That's hit hard, but it's caught. by Bixler. Now with 2 outs, it's Derek Lee. Recently missed a little time with a bruised left foot. Missed about a week. Aramis Ramirez still out with a sore right triceps muscle, but that is not a serious injury. In fact, he has gotten some minor league at bats and hopefully will be back in the lineup soon. Aired into center. This will be no problem for Constanza. And that's a 1-2-3 first for Carmona. We've completed one from Mesa. 0-0.
During the McGrath Spring for Alexa sales event, we'll spring for your first payment. Add that to aggressive terms and lease incentives, and you'll agree this is the best time to buy or lease your new Lexus from McGrath. Plus, for a limited time, we'll even throw in lunch for 2 at Ditka's restaurant when you take a qualified test drive. The McGrath Spring for Alexa sales event in downtown Chicago and in Westmont. Who says there's no such thing as a free lunch?
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private, catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for the upcoming 2010 campaign. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. First homestand of the year starts on April 12th. 3 against Milwaukee and then 3 versus Houston. Underway in the second, Austin Kearns taking strike 1. 2 homers on the spring, both came yesterday. That was against the Dodgers. He knocked in 5 runs. Tall right-hander coming back in the dirt. 2-1. The Indians are rebuilding. As Bob mentioned, new manager Manny Acta replacing Eric Wedge. They have an entirely new coaching staff. This is a team that finished in last place in the American League Central, had their worst record in almost 20 years. As Kearns gets a hold of one deep to left, it's going to be off the wall. Soriano will have to go get it, and it's an easy double for Austin Kearns.
Kearns swinging a hot bat the last couple of days. Probably would have had a home run on this swing, but got a lot of topspin on that line drive to left field. Appeared to be headed for the berm out there, covered with fans today. Beautiful day to watch the ball game, but a lot of topspin. The ball hits in the middle of the fence. Kearns has to settle for a double.
Now veteran Mike Redmond probably will be backing up Lou Marson, who's just kind of holding the fort down until Carlos Santana, one of the top prospects in baseball, is ready for full-time duty. And Redmond with that inside-out swing, and they've got a shot, and everybody's safe. Derek Lee took a chance at getting Kearns at third, but he couldn't get him. And all of a sudden, the Indians are in business. First and third, nobody out.
Nice piece of veteran hitting by Redmond. An inside-out swing to Derek Lee. You can see Derek was positioned almost even with the baseline at first base. No hesitation by Kearns. He got a good jump at second. That's just a poor decision on Derek Lee's part right there.
I believe that'll be a fielder's choice. But it's basically a sacrifice bunt. Mike Redmond was trying to shoot it that way. Jose Constanza, switch hitting center fielder. 1 ball, no strikes. And he could lay down a bunt. He runs very well.
This is one of those situations, Len, you don't see it as often in the American League during the regular season as you do in the National League, but it wouldn't be out of the question for Constanza to just try to put down a sac bunt to move Redmond into scoring position. If it happens to be a perfect bunt and Kearns can score, then you play it like a safety squeeze. Of course, the intention is just to move that runner from first base up to second base, put him into scoring position, take away the possibility of a double play, but no sign of a bunt here.